this down. I can just tilt this one, okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the planetarium. Welcome to the third installment of PIAD at this very same planetarium. I greet everyone and I welcome everyone to South Africa who hasn't been here before. Those who have returned, I see a few, welcome back. Those of us who've been here, let us enjoy our visitors and enjoy ourselves. This is a festival after all. I need to do one acknowledgement. This year's PIAD is being partnered by the National Arts Council, whose Chief Executive Officer is here, Ms. Rosemary Mangope. Rosemary, thank you for turning the friendship to the festival into something tangible for the festival. You are welcome to use the Twitter feed at the handle #PIAD2016. You can use the UFS Wi-Fi. I have been told that most visitors did receive some kind of voucher with a password. And those of us who are from the university, we can just carry on as usual. Angela De Jesus, the co-director of PIAD and our university's curator, will now come and explain the rest of the proceedings. Angela?
Good morning. It's great to see the third PIAD forum happening. We weren't sure after the first year whether we would have more, but it just seems like every year it just keeps happening. And every year we have new faces. So welcome and thank you for being here. The Program for Innovation and Art Form Development, or PIAD, is an arts development program focusing on technology, interdisciplinary research, and experimental art, and how this can connect and impact communities. PIAD was developed in 2014 by the Vrystaat Arts Festival and the University of the Free State. It focuses on five main activities, namely the First Nations Project, a South African-Australian First Nations cultural exchange, bringing together an international cross-cultural program of ideas, artistic and cultural practice between indigenous South African peoples, in particular the Kormani San heritage, and Australia's Aboriginal peoples. Secondly, arts science research and interdisciplinary arts residencies. PIAD hosts leading international artists within the University of the Free State's faculties of humanities, natural and agricultural sciences, and/or health sciences. This project aims to stimulate artistic practice and encourage new research in South Africa. Open Lab, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with because most of you are here for the Open Lab, an arts laboratory for emerging and mid-career artists to develop and interrogate their artistic practice. The Arts Laboratory is a nurturing, supportive, and responsive space for artists and facilitators to share with and challenge one another. The production and presentation of challenging new work in Bloemfontein that can also be presented globally. For example, the It's My City project that is currently on exhibition around the city. PIAD works with national and international artists to co-produce, present, and promote challenging new work in the arts. And then lastly, what we are here for today. Critical debates, artist talks, and forums, a platform for dialogue and critical thinking between South Africans and internationals, aim to promote discourse in the arts with a specific focus on how to respond to complex challenges within South Africa. All the activities of PIAD have been designed to promote the creation of experimental artwork with a particular focus on how arts, technology, innovation can be used within complex communities to engage and transform these communities. For this process, PIAD is engaging the skills and expertise of national artists in collaboration with several international partners who are recognized as global leaders in this field to develop a mutually beneficial program. PIAD is a South African initiative that invites international collaboration that have the potential to leverage benefits for the creative industries in South Africa and hopefully eventually in Africa. In 2015, the University of the Free State received substantial long-term support from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation towards the further development of PIAD, just under 7 million rand. This support will provide a platform for nurturing South African artists and play a pivotal role in encouraging community dialogue and cultural understanding. So I hope that you will be continuously involved in our programs, and I hope to see your faces next year again.
It is now my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today from the UK, Alison Tickle, who is the founder and CEO of Julie's Bicycle, a non-profit company helping the music industry reducing its environmental impact and develop new thinking in line with global environmental challenges. Quite a nice synergy there between music industry and environmental concerns, but they have branched out into other arts forms, and currently is the leading organization bridging sustainability within the arts and culture and the environment. She worked for many years with socially excluded young people as director at Community Music and then at Creative and Cultural Skills, where she established a National Skills Academy for the music industry. So we have Alison here, an acknowledged leader, advisor and adjudicator in the arts scene in the UK and elsewhere, to address us. Alison.
Who's been pivotal in this and herself has taken a huge leadership role, but also to Ricardo, who I've come to realise since being here for the last few days is a great adventurer. So thank you both. And also thank you everybody for getting up this morning and finding your way up to the top of this oddly named Naval Hill. But I do think it's very apt we're in the planetarium because this is a bit, all of this, the talk this morning is hopefully going to take you out of this room and into the cosmic universe. So before we start though, I'd like to start with a bit of telly. That wasn't what I meant. Hang on.
A lost number in the equation, a simple, understandable miscalculation. And what if, on the basis of that, the world as we know it changed its matter of fact? Let me get it right. What if we got it wrong? What if we weakened ourselves, getting strong? What if we found in the ground a vial of proof? What if the foundations missed a vital truth? What if the industrial dream sold us out from within? What if our impenetrable defense sealed us in? What if our wanting more was making less? And what if all this wasn't progress? Let me get it right. What if we got it wrong? What if we weakened ourselves getting strong? What if our wanting more was making less? And what if all this, it wasn't progress? What What if the disappearing rivers of Eritrea, the rising tides and encroaching fear? What if the tear inside the protective skin of Earth was trying to tell us something? Let me get it right. What if we got it wrong? What if we weakened ourselves getting strong? What if the message carried in the wind was saying something? From butterfly wings to the hurricane, it's the small things that make great change. And the question towards the end of the lease is no longer the origin, but the end of species. Let me get it right. What if we got it wrong? What if the message carried in the wind was saying something?
So, job done. I'll leave now. So that was Lem Sissi. He's a British Ethiopian poet, performance artist, and it's one example of the many pieces of work that have been made on this extraordinarily interesting, inspirational, dystopic, utopic subject that is climate change and environmental sustainability. So what I'm going to do this morning is just take you with a romp through the big picture, down to the little picture, and then back to the big, and then I think we've got some discussions about it. So here's another piece of work done by a fantastic pair of artists based in the UK, but working increasingly internationally, Ackroyd and Harvey. They made this moon sculpture in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, and there it sits, gently luminous, out of ice. And, oops, sorry. Onto that. No. Hang on. I'm not very good with this clicker. Onto that, I've imposed what are called the 9 planetary boundaries. So this is a piece of work that was done by the Stockholm Institute with scientists from all over the world about 4 years ago, and they identified 9, there are 8 here because we haven't included one of the ozone areas. They identified 9 areas that are critical, that are the constraints upon which human beings and the natural world rely. We've got phosphorus, freshwater use, nitrogen cycle, ozone, ocean acidification, climate change, land use, and the loss of biodiversity. And just to identify that 3 of those are chronically overstretched. One is the nitrogen cycle, that's the use of soil and lands. The other is biodiversity loss. This is one of the most urgent and critical and least known areas of environmental stress. We're losing species at a rate of 1,000 times the tolerable level currently. And in fact, this age has been recently coined as the 6th extinction. And of course, there's climate change that many of us know a little bit more about. And I just thought, just to remind ourselves why we're here. So this graph, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen these graphs, but this always, I find it very refreshing, if a little scary. This graph starts in 1750 and takes the records of a number of different natural metrics. Tropical rainforest and woodland, gross domestic product, concentration of carbon in our atmosphere, population, and average surface temperature. And it takes it up to 1850. And that's what's happened since. So this graph, you can't see the number, but that's 1900 and that's 2000. And what it's done is 2 things. There's a massive trajectory up, absolutely unprecedented trajectory up. And what's also happened is that many more areas of scientific study have been added to it. So we've also got here paper, water use, the extinction of species, ozone depletion, etc., etc. And that is currently where we are now. That actually has meant that we're living on a planet that if we carry on going upwards, and at the moment we are, if that graph carries on rising, then we will no longer have a planet that we can inhabit. And very recently, the chief scientific officer for the UK described the situation that we're currently in as a perfect storm that will hit us with huge force by 2030. It combines, it's not just the heating planet, but of course that has an incremental effect on everything else, which includes water, energy, climate, and food. So that's the bad news. So our question, we asked ourselves, what in this perfect storm of huge forces that are so beyond our control, what is an appropriate response? I asked myself that question 10 years ago. And what I came up with was my small company, Julie's Bicycle. And what we are is we're a charity and an NGO which is attempting to bridge the gap between environmental sustainability and the creative sector. And we're very much about the environment, recognising that actually this is deeply interconnected series of issues. But our focus has very much been on environmental sustainability. And our vision is a creative community powering action on climate change. We've got a way to go. Why the arts? Well, when we started, I was asked numerous times, what's it got to do with us? What's it got to do with the arts? Well, there's a number of answers to that question. One is that it's to do with everybody, that actually we all have a role to play, every single last one of us. If we need to change everything, we need everyone to help in that endeavour. The second is that, much to people's surprise, actually, the arts, the cultural sector really does have quite a significant carbon footprint, and it's incumbent upon us to think about that. And the third, and perhaps the most important reason, is because our raw material is creativity. That's the most renewable energy that actually any of us have got. And we now need to deploy it as fast, as rapidly, and as creatively as we possibly can in this particular space. And what we did 10 years ago was we developed a kind of, if you like, a change process, a methodology for change. And it goes something like this, and it will change wherever you are. We started with developing an evidence base. So 10 years ago, I formed a relationship with Oxford University, and they carbon footprinted the music industry for a year, which was where I was currently working. An absurd idea, actually, but it worked because it created evidence for us, and I cannot underestimate how important that has been. The second thing we did, and I'll just romp through these a bit later, is we developed tools for everybody, very accessible to be able to use to get an idea of what their environmental impacts are, so that nobody could say, I don't know. Everybody could say, actually, I do know, so what do I do about that? The second thing we did, and for any budding entrepreneurs out there who want to become part of this wonderful movement of change, there's a great business opportunity. We developed consultancy and we developed certification, and they've been very important for keeping the organisation sustainable. If anybody, any young people, or not so young people actually, being not so young myself, anybody wants to know more about that, do come and ask me. Thirdly, we developed resources for anybody who wanted to do something that there was an answer. I want to do such and such. Okay, so go and look at this guide, go and look at that piece of research. We developed events and we've developed networks, and I'll tell you a little bit about some of those later. Fourthly, strategic and ambitious goals. Really head for the bigger picture, not the small, because actually this requires huge ambition and huge optimism. So go for the jugular, and finally use that inspirational creativity. And that change process we've used again and again and again and again, and it's been pretty effective in our world. And just to say what we cover in all of this, we've looked at two areas, both very closely related. One is energy. It's the sourcing, it's the use, and it's technologies around energy. And that affects our built environment, our festivals, and the movement of art, artists and audiences. And we've also looked at materials, stuff, wood, steel, plastics, all the stuff that goes into the creative sector. And we've looked at buildings, theatres, museums, music venues, the very, very large Wembley Stadium, right through to tiny little pubs and clubs. Festivals, we work hugely with the festival sector, really, really major festivals, such as Glastonbury, Latitude, Leeds, Reading, and increasingly in the big festivals in Europe. Productions, so we've worked with very big companies such as the Royal Opera House, National Theatre, and small repertory theatre as well, and also movement of art, artists and audience. That is the freighting of art, it's artists touring, and it's how people get to and from events. And what we've done is to crunch it into its environmental impacts. Never underestimate the power of data. Data's becoming a very unfashionable idea, but actually when you've got to make a case to take action, both in terms of policy and in terms of your audiences and in terms of getting people persuaded that this is worth doing something about, whether it be through funding it or whether it be actually prompting action, it's really, really useful to have some data at your fingertips. And we've used it again and again to make the case that this becomes an investment opportunity for the arts and culture. And what we've developed is lots and lots of research methodology to collect that data. That was our very first carbon footprint of the music industry. And it showed us that audience travel is a huge area, and it stimulated a very large range of approaches to audience travel. It also showed us that CD packaging, regardless of the data of the digital world, is still hugely carbon intensive, and it prompted the record labels to switch their packaging from plastic to card. And it also showed how music venues had could reduce their impact. So really, really valuable work, that. And that's just a ton of carbon. I just wanted to show you that. Just people tend to think when people talk about tons of carbon, it doesn't mean much. Actually, it does. It's a solid block as big as 2 semi-detached houses. It's real, solid, material gas that carbon represents. In terms of the material, what we're doing is we're moving more and more from what is called a linear economy to a circular economy, and this has been the basis of a lot of our more recent work. The linear economy is the economy that we know, where industrial extraction of raw materials are taken from the ground. They're developed into whatever it is, this, whatever it is. And then at the end of their life, they're disposed of. The circular economy is a completely different concept. It's a very old concept that's being rediscovered, whereby the idea of design is that there is no waste. Waste doesn't exist. So when you extract your materials from wherever, the air, the sea, the water, you build into the thinking of those materials right at the beginning the idea that it will be regenerated or reused. So there is no such thing as waste. And our biggest problem today is a problem of waste, whether it be wasted energy or wasted materials. It's all about waste. So what we've been doing increasingly is working to build a circular economy for the cultural sector. What would that actually look like? So that's how we've approached materials. And if anybody wants to go and find some resources about this, we've got a website that's over 1,000 pages. It's absolutely chock-a-block full of resources, from research through to translating that research into guides, into top tips, wherever you are, into a marketplace, fact sheets, case studies. It's all there. We've pretty much done that. That's JB finished. And we've also translated it into campaigns. So better batteries, card packaging, energy efficiencies right throughout the creative industries. There's a lot of information there. If anybody's interested, go and have a look at it. I'm not going to explain it now, but there's a huge amount of resource there. And what we've also done, and I think this has been really critical, is to collect how this change is happening. And now there are literally thousands of organisations, not just in the UK, but increasingly internationally, who are changing the way that they think and work so that they're building in sustainability. It's becoming a profound cultural value, and we really want to accelerate that movement. And I often show this slide. It actually just shows you the scale of interest and the scale of commitment. There are literally thousands of organisations who want to do this. And I have yet to come across any country in the world where people from the cultural sector, don't want to take action. So if anybody is feeling anxious or doubtful that this is a movement of change, please don't be. There is more passion, commitment, and desire to make change around this area than you can imagine. You just need to ask. And then something quite important happened 4 years ago in the UK, after quite a lot of lobbying from us and from leaders from the cultural sector. The Arts Council in England made a condition of funding for over 700 of their major organisations. They made environmental reporting a condition. And overnight, we had over 700 of our major organisations having to report their environmental impacts, having to have an environmental policy, and having to have an action plan in place as a condition. And it's been a complete game changer. It's changed the conversation, it's changed the practice, it's changed the values over a 3-year period. And we've just done a report on the result. And we found perhaps most compellingly, is that that £9.6 million in energy costs has been saved. That's in 2 years. It's not even in 3, because our first year was a baseline. Thank you, Rosemary. The point about that is that nobody was asked to do anything. They were not asked to reduce their impacts. They were not asked to do anything around reduction. They just had to fill in an environmental impact measurement and have an action plan in place. So the fear that many organisations felt for about 2 years, people looked at me like I was some kind of horrible creature who'd come in and increased some of their reporting requirements. But in fact, we didn't ask them to do much at all. What they were asked to do must take most organisations a day, and yet it's produced a massive wave of literacy around environmental sustainability across the sector, which has produced some serious savings. It's also sparked international interest, so we've now got almost 3,000 people filling in these tools, which is giving us an absolutely unique global data set that is quite exceptional. It's telling us how we're doing. It's telling different countries how they are working in relation to other countries, what theatres are doing, what's good, what's bad, what's not acceptable. And what it's also done is to show us just how many people are interested in this. So we've had well over 1 million page views on our website. For the cultural sector, that's a lot, because all of those are professionals. And one of the great things is not just energy consumption, but almost 75% of organisations who've been involved in this have said that it's increased well-being amongst their staff. So this is beginning to affect people's values, what it is that they really care about. In short, in 2 years, 3 if you include that first year, we've got a critical mass of action taking place across the UK, which is becoming more and more comprehensive across the globe. The biggest environmental data set globally. We've got evidence of why you should do it. We've got a huge shift in engagement, flourishing artistic content on this. Money, morale, and reputation are all rising. There's an emergent creative leadership, which is way beyond Julie's bicycle. I'll talk about that in a little bit. And it's become noted as international best practice. So a very simple shift in policy from the Arts Council has had a huge effect globally. And I just wanted to just point to one example, which, again, we've just finished working, doing the 5-year report for something called the London Theatre Consortium. This is a consortium of 14 theatres across London who've been working with us for 5 years. So we've just written their 5-year plan. And what we've done is to identify, again, with that group of leaders, what happens over time if you give people some very gentle prompts. The first is that in 5 years, they've reduced their performance, their carbon per performance by 24%. That's while they've increased their activities by 16%. So there is no relationship between growth and reduction. You can actually do a lot more and still reduce your impact. This aligns to a big international agreement, which I'll talk about in a bit, the Paris Agreement. So the London Theatre Consortium is an example of a group of 14 producing theatres who are absolutely in line with international targets that we need by 2050 to keep in line with our global capacity to cope. But more importantly, what's happened is a massive cultural shift across the theatres. Sustainability is now built in almost without exception to visions and missions of those organisations. It's no longer just about culture. It's not just about social inclusion. It's actually about environmental sustainability and keeping in line with global targets. Secondly, every single one of those theatres has got somebody with responsibility for environmental sustainability on their board. So it's right up there with the governors. Thirdly, almost all of them are sourcing clean energy, and increasingly more and more of them are investing in renewable energy as part of their capital infrastructure. They're sharing their sets. They're sharing the raw materials. They all have green teams separately, and they all come together and work together on a weekly basis. They've now started to commission work. The Royal Court Theatre in London commissioned 5 pieces of work on climate change and sustainability last year. 5 plays. They all engage their audiences. They've become incredibly proud to be seen as being a partnership that actually is putting sustainability at the heart. So they're doing a lot of audience engagement. Plays, seminars, talks, as well as signals throughout their theatres that this matters. Some of them are now, a Royal Court again, is now leading a divestment campaign where they're asking all the money, their investments, their sponsorship, to remove itself from fossil fuels, from gas and oil companies, and put it into renewable energy companies. That's a highly political movement in the UK at the moment, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, but it's a very strong campaign. And the Royal Court is now leading a campaign across the theatres to do that. And importantly, they're lobbying. They're lobbying the Arts Council and they're lobbying the UK government to be ambitious. So what we've got there is a real shift in thinking where environmental sustainability and climate change is being built into the bricks and mortar of their cultural offering, and it's very exciting. And the other thing that's happened, which I just mentioned, is that in the UK and across Europe, people are becoming very active. So some of these are the organisations now that are dedicated to climate change and sustainability, some in the UK and others elsewhere. We've got an emerging movement in Asia and in China. We've got real activism. So this picture here at the bottom is an organisation called Art Not Oil. They went into the Tate and they did a piece of performance art where they poured oil over one of the actors in protest for the sponsorship this is the British Museum sponsorship by BP. They've also done it with Tate, and and interestingly, Tate has now taken the sponsorship from BP away. So this is a movement that's happening across the UK to say fossil fuel company sponsorship is not acceptable. Having investments in fossil fuel companies is not acceptable. So there's an increasing level of activism that's taking place, as well as lots of service organisations. So Fab Lab, which is it's a design company. We've got Go Car Share, which travels festivals. We've got Scenery Salvage, and we've got Stage Bits, which are all about circular economy. So there's a growing economy around sustainability and culture. And then finally, just quickly to move on to Ithaca. So when I did the Ithaca talk that has already been mentioned, that Rosemary and Ricardo were at, as a consequence of that talk, we thought that what we'd look is see what was happening all over the world across arts councils to see whether cultural policy was aligned at all with sustainability. We found a broad spectrum of response. Literacy around sustainability and climate change was extremely high. So very few people don't know about climate change, and very few people don't know about environmental sustainability. Complex, difficult stuff. There was no shortage of knowledge. Philosophically, everybody was supportive, recognising just how critical this stuff is, how important it is for sustainable development. And of course, there was quite a lot of differentiation between the global south and the global north. So what is culture? What is sustainability? It means different things wherever you are. However, very few are proactive in supporting environmental action, almost none, 3. Very few have invested in research, resources, support, or commissioning. And very few have any evidence, qualitative or quantitative, of what it means. So there is a really big gap there, really big gap to bring together policymakers for culture with policymakers for sustainability and environmental change. And it's critical that we do so. So that was us. I'm going to stop us now. And what we're now asking ourselves is what we've done enough? And the answer is emphatically, absolutely not.
We got a deal! We got a deal that brings us to 100% clean energy.
So that is my favourite soundtrack of 2015. That was the sound that happened at the end of the Paris climate talks that took place in December, where 179 countries signed up to an extraordinary agreement to keep global warming under a 2-degree limit. The 2-degree limit is the point at which life as we know it really ceases. In fact, many of the island states lobbied for a 1.5-degree limit on global warming. If we go beyond that, and many think we already have, Bob and Mary Scholes, who did a talk on climate change a couple of days ago here, if we go beyond 1.5, the island states are sunk. But this was a great triumph. What it agreed to were 4 key things. One is to peak those greenhouse gas emissions at 2 degrees global below warming, set emissions commensurate with the planet's capacity to absorb gases naturally, provide $100 billion in climate finance annually by 2020 to developing economies, and to review the progress every 5 years. That last point is really important because it means that every 5 years we need to look and see where we are. And if progress isn't fast enough, we need to change the targets. This was a total triumph. I can't tell you how triumphant that agreement was, because no agreement has ever been made by so many countries with such overwhelming consensus ever before in the history of negotiations. So it was an extraordinary triumph, and for the first time, I think all of us in the environmental movement felt something like real hope. And what we did, we were there at COP21. It was such a great moment to be there. I don't know if anybody in the audience was at COP21. Was anybody there? Yes. Yes, and Rosemary, of course. What Julie's Bicycle did was we did three things, and I think they encapsulate the three things that the cultural sector can do. The first thing we did was we worked with Oliver Eliasson's team on a really fantastic sculpture that he brought over, pieces of ice from the Arctic called Ice Watch. It was viewed very widely internationally, so we carbon footprinted it and we worked with their comms team on how to present Ice Watch. That was about the art, the content. It's about the placing of the content, the development and the placing of the content. How do you do that as artists in this, what can be very fraught space? The second thing we did was we pulled together a letter that was signed by about 400 artists and cultural leaders, including Rosemary, and I think Ricardo signed it, people like Bjork, David Bowie, Coldplay, as well as many artists actually signed it, to say, we want you to work for us, so to lobby. And the third thing we did was we held a symposium that Rosemary spoke at, which pulled together about 50 cultural practitioners in sustainability from all over the world, just to get a feel of what this movement is, and it's overwhelmingly exciting. And as a consequence, we got a letter from my favourite person in the world, a woman called Christiana Figueres, who we hope is going to take over the United Nations when Ban Ki-moon goes, who's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention. She said, I thank all those artists from the late, great David Bowie, Yoko Ono, Bjork and Coldplay, to author Mark blah, 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 for getting behind the Paris Climate Summit. I also, and this is the important bit, I also look forward to their support, commitment and action towards realising the aims and ambitions forged in the French capital in December, including through taking measures to manage down the carbon footprint of these highly influential creative industries. So what was extraordinary to me was realising that this mattered. And I was phoned up during the run-up to the talks once a week by that team to find out new signatories, because they told me that they were using it as part of their negotiating tool. That was a real shock to me, and it was a real wake-up call. So I got back to London and we completely rethought what we do. We completely rethought what our objectives are. And they are only two: to promote clean energy in the creative community, and that's about the 1.5 degree limit on global warming. And the second is to reposition sustainability so that it inspires ambitious optimism and action. Christiana Figueres said that the only way that she managed to get that deal was by injecting relentlessly optimism and joy into the talks. And that, for me, was an incredibly profound moment, that we have to look at this whole issue differently. And so this is where we are now. And I just wanted to say a couple of things. The other thing that Julie's Bicycle has done now is to start working not in the arts and culture, for heaven's sake. The arts and culture, what's that? It's part of a much bigger sector. So when people talk about cross-sectoral work, they often mean the arts talking to scientists or the arts talking to business. What about our own creative industries? Because they are a wonderful slice of human experience. If we include design, architecture, advertising, fashion, film, media, broadcast, gaming, music, theatre, performing arts, visual arts, museums and natural heritage, we've got it all. We've got what it takes to be a human being. Design, creating our buildings, our cities, our stuff. Advertising and marketing, which is sharing ideas, it's shaping ideas, it's helping us feel the world, it's selling ideas. Broadcasting, reaching into our living rooms, into our drawing rooms. The arts, where we feel our way through the world. We have a completely different relationship to the world than we do through fact. And heritage, the preservation, custody and stewardship of our environment, including our natural environment. What a fantastic opportunity we have. What an extraordinary collection of disciplines we have to reshape the world, but we have to come together. We can't do it if we treat ourselves as silos. And yesterday I was asked a question by Nikkei here, which made me change my whole presentation. She was talking about the misunderstandings around the term climate change. And I thought it's such an important question because we think we know what we're talking about when we talk about climate change. And it feels very distant. It feels like it's the scientists or it's the carbon. So what really is climate change? Well, it is the science. Absolutely, it's that. It's also the technologies. And it's the politicians. But climate change is a lot more besides. And when I talk about climate change, I talk about a lot more besides. I talk about ice, melting ice. That's a piece by David Buckland. I talk about rising sea levels. I talk about deforestation and the loss of ancient forest. I talk about cars, transport, the speed, planes, the way we move around the world, the way we've broken up huge areas of land through roads. I talk about pollution, the fact that there are 5-mile islands in the Pacific of plastic. I talk about intensive farming, the way we farm animals, the way we eat, our massive reliance on meat. I talk about what's happened to stuff, material, disposable material, the endless amounts of waste that is produced through our digital technologies. I talk about justice, social justice, extraction by the few and disregarding the many, the difference between the global north and the south. I talk about our families, our histories, what it is to know our past, our heritage, our built as well as our natural heritage, our families, our forebears and our children to come. And I talk about the natural world and my love for it, my love for the planet that we have. That's a piece by Ackroyd and another piece by Ackroyd and Harvey about interconnectivity, how deeply, profoundly connected we are as human beings to the natural world. A piece by Andy Goldsworthy, and of course, on climate change. It's a proxy for how I feel about being an individual in the world today. My bewilderment, my dismay, and my deep, deep, deep love. It's a proxy term for so much else besides. And it connects me to all of those other issues that we're talking about. Social justice, cultural heritage, identity, the way we live today. Climate change is a proxy. And it requires, to deal with it, nothing less than a total transformation. We need to move rapidly from consumers to citizens, from extractors to stewards, and we have to move down from a top-down view of the human species to an understanding of the profound and deep interconnections that we have with the rest of the world, particularly the natural environment and all those organic animals and plants that we share the planet with. Without the arts and culture, we will not do this. Without the cultural tools to feel, taste, touch, to craft, to imagine, and to activate, this transformation will not happen. And it's critical that as a cultural sector, as the arts, we understand that the arts allow us to feel the world in a completely different way. They allow us to see the world in a completely different way. They allow us to carry complexity, to carry problems, to carry inspiration, to carry creativity deeply in our beings in a way that no other discipline or experience does. And we need to use that really well. So, Julie's Bicycle is one way of doing it. We started 10 years ago in a particular context when actually what we needed to do was make sustainability relevant to everybody when it was hardly felt at all in the arts. When I get despondent, I think of how far we've all come. Not just JB, but all of us. The Paris Agreement was unthinkable 10 years ago. The idea that we could talk of interconnectivity as a term, that we could talk of unity, of love, was unthinkable. So we have come a long way, but there are many starting points, and they will be different for you. That's fine, just as long as you start. Steps forward. What can you do? Well, commit, understand, improve. That's basic impact. Do understand that this is material. It's not just about talking about it. We have to walk the walk on this one because we have a very serious, severe target that we have to reach. And that matters. It matters how you live, how you do, how you practice, as well as what you think and what you feel. Recognize who you are and your control and your influence. So, for example, for Rosemary deals in policy. What's her sphere of influence? What can she control? What can she influence? Every single one of us has things we can control, do something about those, and things that we can influence. Understand what they are. Experiment. Don't be afraid you will get it wrong. We've got it wrong countless times. It doesn't matter. You still need to carry on and try. Prioritize. Don't try everything at once. We at JB, we prioritized energy and materials. Doesn't really matter what you prioritize, but make sure you do so you don't get confused. Big, huge one, collaborate, work with others. Harder, it's harder to work with others, but it's much faster and it's much better. So there is a big community out there. Join it, become part of it. Tell your story. If the arts are good at anything at all, they're good at telling stories, whether it be through the visual arts, whether it be through theatre. Tell your story. Communicate and celebrate. Celebrate with others. Joy works much, much better than gloom. Call to account. If you don't ask, you don't get. What's the environmental impacts of this festival, for example? Amplify the movement. So make a noise. Support and help to make this really, really critical. And go for a walk. Go for a walk on Naval Hill. Just feel it, smell it, touch it. Watch those fantastic giraffes looming out of the trees. And that's why we're here. So I'm going to finish on two things. One is the thing that Nick Nuttall, who wrote Christiana Figueres' speeches, he's the head of comms for the United Nations Framework Convention. He came and talked a month ago at one of our conferences. He said, everything we do, every action that we take, every investment that happens today needs to ask, is this consistent with the Paris Agreement and its temperature goals and the new Sustainable Development Goals? If it is not, it should not be happening. Or must be so extraordinarily justifiable that it is permitted only as an exception rather than a rule. So that's Nick's view. That gave us all a bit of a shock. So the final thing is I just wanted to say about me that I personally am very happy to be an arts eco-activist. I've become happier and happier and happier about it. I don't worry that the arts need to be instrumental. I have no squeamishness about the arts taking a central stage through content, through practice, through didacticism, through to the aesthetic, in this most critical, exciting, optimistic and urgent area of climate change and sustainability. And you only need to look out at this beautiful country to see just how important that is. Arts have always been and will always be profoundly and deeply engaged with the world in which they thrive. That is what and who they are. This is profoundly existential, this moment that we have. They take from the world they find and they give it back in all sorts of different dimensions and different shapes. As we heard last night, for those of you who were at the talk, history puts us where we are. History also puts us where we will be. So the dilemma we're in now is everything to do with the way that we have been, which is very problematic when we're trying to find a way out. But there is a difference. We can determine that place in the future now if we do it fast. We haven't got long, but we can determine it. We can narrate a future based on trust, on compassion, on extraordinary forgiveness, and on our sensible and true place, our sensible and true selves. It's up to us, the artists and the cultural custodians, that we don't have theories for. So we need to think of ourselves differently. This is an enormous creative challenge. It's the biggest creative challenge that we've ever had to experience, because it is, in my view, the greatest endeavour of compassion and creativity given to any generation at any time in history. It requires such forgiveness, such empathy with the living organism of the earth and all its component parts, from insects right through to ourselves. In short, it's an act of collective, wise love. It becomes our deepest and our most cherished value. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take Julie's bicycles on a ride on Naval Hill, there will be a response in the form of a conversation between Rosemary and Alison on the very topic. So allow us a minute just to set up. Let me just move this aside first.
Okay.
I would say when you have some 5 minutes or something at the end, you have to stop at half. What time? On the half hour.
Good morning, everyone. This is going to be a conversation, and it's a real conversation in the sense that, as I was listening, first of all, thank you, Alison, for that wonderful, wonderful rendition. It sort of reinforces my understanding of what I felt when I first met you. And I sort of said, we need to take this forward. Now, what inspired me to actually, in a conversation with Ricardo as well, to commit to having Alison come and talk to us was the realization that this is the matter of life and death. And how we seem to be taking it as a matter of fact, that the reason we have oxygen in our lungs today is likely to continue forever. But because I have such an exceptional belief in the power of the arts, I also would like to not echo what you said, but in introducing our conversation, to say we need to realize, and I wish we had a much broader audience, a much larger audience, and I'm relying on each and every one in the seat, occupying a seat here, to go and pass this message on. The power of the arts is accountability, first of all. It is never about the other person. It is about the fact that I am and I can make a difference. So it doesn't matter how many of us are out there as activists. It is the fact that I have committed to do it. I've always said the arts level the playing fields. You know, you only have to be born. You just have to show up out of your mother's womb. And you can actually be part and parcel of the artistic world. Each and every one of us have got God-given abilities, innate, to actually be creative. And we have gifts that we can bring. When I say the arts level the playing fields, it doesn't matter where you're born. It doesn't matter about circumstance. It is never about levels of poverty or not. In fact, when the English said necessity is the mother of invention, I think they really knew what they were talking about. So I really believe that we have a tool. And bringing people like you to come and have a conversation with us is very important to begin to create an awareness. So why did we do it? We do it because we cannot sit here and claim we did not know. We cannot say we did not know. So thank you. But first of all, one of the most ridiculous questions that are, maybe not ridiculous now that I know you. When I came back and I said, I would like for us to invest in bringing Alison Tickle to South Africa, and they said, well, what's a company? I said, Julie's Bicycle. They said, why Julie's Bicycle? Can you tell us why Julie's Bicycle? Let's start right there.
It's a really silly name. Can you hear this? It's a bit light. So the reason we're called Julie's Bicycle is because when I used to work in the music sector largely, I took a bunch of music industry, this is silly, this story, bunch of music industry colleagues out for supper at a restaurant called Julie's, clue number one. I arrived on a bike, clue number two. And by the end of the evening, we'd come up with this really silly title. It was actually, my chairman at the time was a manager of bands. He managed bands like the Arctic Monkeys and LaRue, and it was his idea. And as soon as it landed, it stuck. And it's been really, some people have found it really hard, particularly the Arts Council. When I first started talking about Julie's Bicycle, they looked at me like I was some kind of fool. But it stuck, so that's why.
Thank you for that. We have a manager at the Arts Council called Julie. So my council was thinking, I was talking about Julie's Bicycle.
Give it to her. She can have it.
But another thing is a compelling reason that I thought we need to have this conversation has to do with the dichotomies that environmental sustainability poses to us. Now, I'd like us to start this conversation at the commitment of the 179 countries in Paris and the fact that we'd like to keep emissions at under 2 degrees. Now, and I'd like to preface this by saying I really believe it's a cop-out, because one of the things that stops people from wanting to behave is to say, why is America and China not doing it? Are America and China signatories or not? And so I'd like to understand, out of the 179 countries that actually signed up, has America and China signed up?
Yes. So unlike Kyoto, so I'll just explain a little bit about the negotiations. The last climate negotiation was called the Kyoto Protocol. That had 2 huge design flaws. One was that the targets were imposed. They were not negotiated with individual countries. And the second was that it was largely the largest emitters who had to sign up to the protocol. So many countries weren't, particularly developing countries or countries in the global south. The problem that produced was that it gave countries like Russia and America and Canada and Japan the opportunity not to sign that accord. So actually, although it was the negotiations date back into the 90s, it wasn't actually ratified until 2005 because there were countries who were very, very, very slow to do that, and some countries never did. So this time, the agreement was completely redesigned. So it involved everybody, all countries. Countries could negotiate their own targets. And that is both a strength and a weakness. So what we've got now is commitments from countries which do not yet reach the required trajectory of change. That's why having what's called the 5-year ratchet mechanism is so important, so we can change the targets as countries, more and more countries, invest more and more in renewable energy. But it's been led, China and America have been leading the way. They've been leading the way not just in the negotiations, but also in investment in their own infrastructures. It's very easy to say China, 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 China. Actually, China has invested more in renewable energy infrastructure than any other country on the planet. They recognize, largely, it's partly to do with pollution issues in China, but also they recognize that actually they need to build an infrastructure for the future, not of the past. There are a lot of coal-fired power stations also being built, not as many as in India, but they are also investing heavily in clean energy. So the short answer to that is it is highly flawed. This is the most difficult, complex negotiation ever taken place ever in any kind of negotiating context. And it's a miracle that we have consensus. We are not out of the woods yet. One of the most important things about COP21 was the role of what the political community called state actors. What they actually mean are communities of people coming together from right outside the talks. The faith community. The Pope wrote an extraordinary encyclical talking about climate change as a moral issue. And it changed a lot of the faith community's conversation. Investors community were really pushing. Banking community, the insurance community, who've had to pay so much in insurance premiums. The creative community, us. What the negotiators were saying was that if it hadn't been for the role of civic society, they would never have achieved it. Civic society creates political mandates. So we've got a long way to go, and our role is to continue to put the pressure on policymakers, to have the conversations with the United Nations, not to be coy, but to change, because it made a huge difference, and it will continue to do so.
Thank you, Alison. Now, the other thing, coming to my motherland, and again, I really believe that it's an excuse to say that very often Africa is forced into paying for the sins that they never committed, meaning that everybody else created climate change and emissions and so forth, and the Africans are the last ones to have it. What's your response to it?
Quite right. So just to say that the reason the last climate change talks failed, the last big ones, COP15, I don't know if anybody remembers the talks that took place in Copenhagen in 2009, which failed drastically. And the reason that they failed was because the negotiators did not take into account the fact that industrialized nations have massively exploited other developing countries, that acknowledgement was not sufficiently rehearsed, it wasn't sufficiently discussed, it wasn't sufficiently acknowledged, and there were no mechanisms in order to redress some of those imbalances. So the talks ended in absolute abject failure. We still have a long way to go. What the so-called ratchet mechanism and what the climate finance is all about is about saying that the developing countries, we as a global community, need to enable economies to invest in living standards, in development, in building city infrastructures. We need to invest in that. And that might mean less investment in the typical way that people have invested in the past. So there are attempts to do it. To be honest, there's nothing like enough yet. Ban Ki-moon has been very clear that the Sustainable Development Goals will only be reached if the Paris Climate Agreement is reached. And the Paris Climate Agreement is contingent on the Sustainable Development Goals. He calls them one and the same fight. They are intimately connected. And redressing some of that, both historical but current inequality, is at the heart of how we need to move forward. The other small thing, though, that it's worth knowing is that in Africa, probably more than any other continent on Earth, there's some really interesting things happening around innovation, where the old fossil fuel industrial infrastructure that we have in Europe and many other parts of the world, it's just being leapfrogged over because it's not being built. So, there's a lot of renewable energy infrastructure happening in Africa without having to dismantle old systems. Mobile phones, forget an old phone infrastructure. It's just going straight into a digital infrastructure. So there are great opportunities for innovation as well here.
Thank you for leaving it at that. Now, let's bring it closer to home in terms of grant funding and making it conditional on reporting. I have to tell you that when we were in Paris, it was quite a debatable issue. In fact, it got to be quite a heated debate, just the issue of reporting. Now, in your conversation, you actually told us that reporting sort of turned the cards. in the sense that once you said to the people, you need to actually insert environmental sustainability as part of your reporting, then habits changed. So conditional grant funding, in your view, and you may not know as well, how would it work?
Here?
Yes.
So, first thing to say is I am a total passionate believer in reporting, in forcing, because we have to do some forcing here. People don't like, as I said in my talk, people loathed me for a bit. They would look at me and say, you know, the witch is here. But actually, there is a point at which you started your conversation with accountability. There is something about accountability. However, what reporting is will be really contingent on the conditions in which you are. Now, in the UK, where we have an energy infrastructure, we have lots of data, we have a particular approach to this. And we also, in the UK, have a Climate Change Act, which is all about carbon emissions. That particular mechanism for reporting was appropriate. But that's very much to do within the UK and in parts of Europe. So what your reporting is going to be contingent around your specific context, what matters to you. And one of the things that came up in the Ithaca research was that for many people, issues around the natural environment and livelihoods was critical for the arts and culture, where carbon data was just an irrelevance. So I think it really does need to be shaped according to where you are, but the principle of accountability and forcing the issue is, in my view, critical.
Absolutely. We'd also like to give you a chance as the audience to ask Alison questions, but I'd like, as a parting shot, to actually say the pie chart that you showed us in terms of carbon emissions, and you showed that just traveling to theaters, to music concerts, was actually emitting carbon copy? How do you say?
Just
carbons. Now, I was very embarrassed, by the way, in Paris when everybody was saying just how little carbon emissions they've left in their trail because they've taken a train from London to Paris. And I had actually traveled from Johannesburg via Frankfurt and went everywhere. So the issue also would be, and I really believe that it's also not only about policy, but citizenry and personal accountability, to say that if I were to begin to count my carbon emission and get with the program and not make excuses for not making a difference just because the infrastructure is not there. And now here, part of our problem in South Africa, to be precise, is that because of this conspicuous consumerism, people would rather buy a car than be seen to travel in a bus. And of course, our transport infrastructure is still not in place, so we have a long way to go. But I really would like to indicate that it's all up to us if it's to be. And I really believe that together we can actually make it. But I'd like to invite the audience to ask questions.
Hello, thank you very much indeed for that. I found it really, really fascinating and informative. But just following on from what has just been said, I've travelled from the UK for work which I consider to be really essential about engaging communities and enriching people's lives, empowering communities. How can I reconcile the travel? I've come by several flights, coach, every mode of transport to get here. How can I reconcile that with what you're talking about, cultural sustainability, and how can I, what changes do I need to make personally?
I've travelled from the UK too. So this is a really big one, and we all have our own ethical compasses. For a start, there are practical things that we can do. So I don't know if you know of offsetting. Offsetting is where there is a global price for carbon. There's also domestic prices for carbon. I can show you some offset sites where you just put in how much you've travelled and you'll pay a price for it, and then they give you choices. A lot of offsets go into supporting renewable energy infrastructures in places like India and indeed Africa. Some take, I won't go into that, but take carbon off the market. So there's some things you can do around that. The big picture, though, is that international air travel is problematic, and it would be very emotive of me to say it wasn't. And we are going to have to change. So you have to ask yourself this. I think the biggest thing to do is to first of all find out what your impacts are first, because it will help you to make decisions. And the second thing is to ask yourself, as I do every time I travel now, is it going to be worth it? Is it really going to be worth it? What can I do to make sure that I absolutely optimize my experience? And it is also to look at the alternatives. So it's not as great. We all know the difficulties of Skype and conference calling. But it is an option. And increasingly at JB, we do Skype calls all over the place, all over the world. Our first question is, can we conference call it? And we'll make a decision. And I think that those kinds of decisions we're going to need to make more and more and more. Something you said, Rosemary, as well, and I'm very interested in hearing what people say here in this room. When I came to this lovely city a few days ago, I decided I would walk around it. So I spent 2 days walking around the city. I walked up to here, I walked around, I walked to the art galleries, and I noticed, how few people were walking. Mm-hmm. In fact, quite a lot of people told me I shouldn't be walking. Mm-hmm. And secondly, I noticed how unwalk friendly it is. And it made me think, reclaim the streets, reclaim the walking, don't get into an SUV every time you need to travel 200 yards. Would that be possible? Take back the streets, because it's a fantastic city. It's full of grass. It's a city for everybody. So for me, that was something really simple. I thought, why aren't people walking? Are we afraid to walk? Get out there and walk. It's a gorgeous city. So I'm curious why people don't walk.
There's a whole host of reasons. Is it safe to walk is one of them. But also surely we don't have walking-friendly areas. Yeah. I don't need to go there. But it also has to do with the fact that when people move up of their ability in life, their economic advancement, one of the first things they want to do is to buy a car. Yeah. Also because our transportation system is not okay, and we do have high crime rates. And currently, and we all have seen this probably on television, when Johannesburg began to introduce, now in Johannesburg, in Sandton in particular, they've introduced cycling paths. And there was one of our politicians who said Johannesburg should not be investing in that because that's a white person's sport. Did anybody hear it? You heard it. It's a white person's sport. So we keep on copying out of doing what is proper by resorting to cheap politicking and not wanting to take accountability for our lives. But the reasons are many. I'm mindful of the time, but Alison would also like to hear more. So how much are you going to allow us? 5 minutes.
Hi. I just was really taken with the description of moving towards or away from a linear economy towards a circular economy. And I wanted to maybe ask if you could kind of unpack that a little and perhaps give an example of ways in which artists or companies have kind of considered that.
Sure. So so to unpack it, it's basically, I'll just quickly go over it again. It's taking a very natural process and saying that instead of designing simply for use, only for use, it's designing with a full life cycle. So examples in the creative sector. So you've got some obvious examples in design, where design is one of the most exciting disciplines at the moment. Actually, there's some real innovation happening in design, where material design is rethinking what it's for. So at that micro material level, materials are being designed so that they can be reconstituted at the end of use phase. So designed into something different, some really fascinating nanotechnologies going on around that. So that's the sort of hard-end design work, and it really is very exciting. A lot of it's based on quantum principles of design. Fascinating stuff. So we can expect to see huge changes in our material world over the next decade or so. But when you take that into the arts, what we've seen more and more are networked groups of organisations coming together and doing two things. One is commissioning pieces of work. So it is designed for reuse or repurposing, and for and for sharing. So that's what Scenery Salvage does, and Stage Bits. They're online platforms and warehouses where materials are both built, designed. The National Theatre's got a whole workshop that has been built, designed on circular principles, where they're getting sustainable materials. They're designing them so that they can be dismantled. They're not mixing up different materials so that they can't be dismantled. And then they're either sharing them, they're using them for new props, so it's a bit like sort of, making pieces for different things, but they're also giving them away. So this is a movement that's happening right across the creative sector, in museums, in theatres, in festival design, and really at its core, again, it's about no waste. I think material technology needs to do a lot of, it needs to get a lot more market friendly before we can start to do that. The maker movement, the sharing economy, the circular economy, they're all part of the same movement of change. And it's, again, going back to innovation, it's where some really exciting innovation about collaborating and sharing is really taking place at the moment.
Thank you very much. I wish we had the whole day, but the conversation need not stop here.
Rosemary?
Yes?
Two more quick questions.
Two more.
Just two hands up. You've got 5 seconds.
Okay.
Hi. Oh, very loud. Again, thank you so much for your talk. The hairs on the back of my neck went up a little when you saying that data is becoming unfashionable, and we recoiled in the UK. Recoiled, a lot of us, in horror when one of the leading politicians said that Britain has had enough of experts. My question is how, in an increasingly polarised world in this respect, what creative responses have you seen to be successful as a way in to the other side, where logic and reason seems to have been left at the door?
Great question. So, this is where the work of artists and scientists, particularly coming together, can really do some very, very special things. So this facetious comment by a British politician about we've had enough of experts is a kind of reaction against the idea that we need to be informed in order to it's a really hideous thing. And it's also part of the discrediting of science and the discrediting of really informed debate. What the arts can do, I think, is to shape some of that science in different ways. So there are some wonderful arts organisations, like, for example, I'll point out Invisible Dust, which is working directly with scientists, creating often visual manifestations of science in a way that really touches on what things really mean in an existential way. So one of the slides I showed was a slide done by artist Jeremy Deller, who's worked with a lot of data around bats, sonic rays, and the disappearance of bats from our natural environment in the UK. That exhibition has done so much more than the work of scientists has been able to do. It immediately gripped the human heart. More and more artists are doing this, and more scientists are desperately seeking artists in search of a voice in order to represent some of these, they might be scientifically pieces of data, but they're also profoundly human existential issues. So the role of artists and scientists, I don't think, has ever been more important. 2071, a piece of work that was put on at the Royal Court, which was basically a lecture by one of our great climate scientists, but put into a theatre with wonderful lighting, wonderful stage design, and it was an extraordinary theatrical moment. It did more to tell the story of climate change than any number of scientific journals. So representing science, representing data in different ways with the arts is really critical, as is your giraffe, Alex.
Ricardo, there was one more?
Hi, how are you? I'm trying to approach the idea from clothing design or clothing construction point of view, is that when it comes to climate change, it's always from the aspect that romanticizing the way that we simplify things, or the primitive nature, especially when it comes to Africa, as a solution. But I was thinking of how we can look at shifting the ideas that many design sort of disciplines have put up on pedestals, such as less is more, and seeing, and especially with the idea that technology can actually solve the problem, but doesn't it continue the cycle? Because you need those materials to create those technologies. When something such as maybe looking at the cut of clothing can be re-evaluated and not, maybe kind of pushing a more Eastern sort of aesthetic for a more global sort of.
So are you a designer yourself?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, great. So the fashion community, design community, I think is one of the most interesting, actually. Fashion, as I'm sure you know, fashion has got the second largest environmental impacts, second only to energy. So it's not just, as people will know, it's not just about energy, it's about toxic waste, it's about indentured labour, it's about all sorts of issues. Fashion is a huge issue, particularly fast fashion. And so there has been some really exciting innovative work, which we can talk about actually afterwards. I can certainly tell you some of the stuff that I know about fashion that are really challenging what you say about fast fashion. Fast fashion is hideous. It's absolutely hideous. It's a sort of ever-hungry beast that's getting faster and faster and faster. And it's all about disposability, and it's all about shoring up our identity in this madness that is contemporary consumerism. So there's been a lot of work done in fashion. There's the slow movement, what's called the slow movement, particularly as it relates to fashion, which is precisely what you're saying, around cut, around design, around clothes being made to last. Some wonderful designers you probably know, like Ursula de Castro, who's really developed a huge movement around remaking clothes. There's also a lot of work going on, innovative work going on around how to get rid of some of this this toxicity, and also a local movement. So instead of expecting our clothes to come from all over the world really quickly, like Zara does, notoriously, it's about how do we really grow our clothes designers locally. But I think that fashion, there is a huge movement going on around rethinking fashion, particularly after the Rana Plaza tragedy that was 2 years ago. Lot to be done, really, really critical, really profound. So, major area of work.
Thank you very much. How inspiring. Thank you. But also thanks to the University of the Free State. Thank you to PIAD. Ricardo, you're a rock star. I have to tell you, these collaborations, when you said collaborations, and it's hard work, but you work faster, I truly believe in that. And the National Arts Council now has committed itself to collaborating. We collaborate all over the place. So if you're ever looking for a partner, we're raising our hand. Whether we'll be able to afford it or not, God knows. But we're in this thing together. But thank you so very much for honoring us with your presence. And audience, wonderful. Thank you very much. Give yourself a round of applause. And thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation and wonderful conversation. We are moving to tea now. And I think it will not mess up our program if we return by 11:10. We will be returning to a presentation by Dr. Brian van Soelen's team here at the planetarium, after which Mike van Graan will take over, and he will have his full time to facilitate 2 panel discussions. So have tea, walk the mountain, take a bike, take a hike, ride, hitch a ride on a camel or on a giraffe or something. Just remember they are wild.
Hey, hello. Welcome back to the next session of PIAD. I've been asked to wait. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. There's going to be a presentation on the dome, so I've been asked to advise you to lay back so that you can actually see the dome and the presentation that will be made now, after which the first panel will come up and we'll have a panel discussion. Thank you.
Use of an abandoned observatory building. So what you see above you now is a 3D model, an accurate representation of the night sky above Louvre today. And of course this is a wonderful tool we can use for education purposes. But the night sky can be viewed like this at any observatory, but what makes a digital planetarium really special is following. And talking about the climate, etc., all of that is housed in that thin little blue line you see around Earth. That is all the atmosphere. From out here it looks small, although for us down here it's big in fact. We're just going to take a quick flight out of our solar system. And then amongst our nearest neighbors, right in front of you at the bottom you see A safe, that's Alpha Centauri. It's our closest neighboring star, apart from the Sun. It's about 4.3 light years away from us. And then onwards and out beyond our own Milky Way galaxy. Where you see a model of our galaxy Milky Way. And it's these types of presentations that we do at Planetarium with this 3D model. But we also have a pre-recorded show stars, etc. Something like the following. They didn't show a bunch of it, but that program specifically handles on climate change, etc. Thank you. That's just a short preview of what we do here at the PIAD Planetarium.
The panelists for the first panel, please. Anita, it's you. Okay, so the first panel is Anita Fenter, Annabelle Abete, Kelly McCluskey, MC Root, and Nico DeRoy. Okay, great. That's what a playwright likes to see, a full house. So thanks for arriving. Those of you who have just arrived, you missed some great presentations this morning in terms of the topic that we are dealing with, which is about environmental and climate change, and the role of the arts within that, both to give expression to it, but also what kind of impact environmental change and climate change might have on the arts themselves. We have two panels with an interchangeable topic. The one is culture sustainability in the light of environmental sustainability, and the other is environmental sustainability in the light of cultural sustainability. So I thought that rather than each of the speakers making a presentation about what it is that they do, I will ask a series of questions, maybe starting off with one question to each of the panelists for them to kind of grapple with and interrogate this particular topic from within their own kind of paradigm and experience. And then we only really have 45 minutes per panel, and maybe try to just unpack, the kinds of presentations that Alison was making this morning, together with the conversation that she subsequently had with Rosemary. So let's get straight into it. I'm not going to introduce the folk because you've got all of the introductions, some blurb about them here, except to say who they are so you can read about who they are. So it's Anita Venter, and then Annabella Berte, Kelly McCluskey, MC Ruitt, and then Nico de Roy. Okay, so you can read their little bios there. So let's get straight into it. Anita, you are kind of engaged in development, particularly upgrading of informal settlements and the like, and doing research around that. A few years ago, there was in KwaZulu-Natal a beautiful road built into an area where there had not been any tarred roads before. And this was seen as a great contribution to development in that area, because now there was a road that was going to be able to bring all kinds of goods to the vicinity that particular area had not been able to consume before. It also made access to clinics and so on so much more, so much better. But a few years later, they kind of discovered that a particular community on this road had a higher incidence of HIV/AIDS. And they discovered that the relationship between that and this road was that there was a truck stop quite close by. So truck drivers stayed overnight, and basically, as a consequence of sexual liaisons with, sex workers in the particular community, HIV/AIDS, the incidence of HIV increased quite significantly. So my question to you, as someone engaged in development, is that when we do development in our country and across the world, there's a very serious kind of undertaking around environmental impact studies. We do environmental impact studies to see what effect development might have on the environment. But we don't have any studies done into the potential impact of development on culture or on the cultural impact that development kind of brings, or that the impact that culture has on development. Could you maybe just talk a little bit about whether that's part of your experience, and do you think it's necessary to begin to look a little bit more closely at the impact of development on culture?
Okay, that is really putting me in the hot seat now here with roads and HIV and so on. That's probably the example that you have mentioned. I would say that is an unintended consequence that people didn't foresee. Now, in my development work that I'm engaging with is I really go from the bottom grassroots up. So my approach is not from a conventional Western point of view. And also when we talk about culture, I am questioning the concept of culture. What is culture? And for me, the past 20 years plus since apartheid has been abolished, it is sad to see how little has been done in terms of cultural development. But cultural development, unfortunately, it can't happen from policy discussions, and it can't happen from people sitting around the board table. I think that is where our big mistakes are coming from. It must come from the people within, from the bottom up. Now, if you talk about changes and cultures and so on, in my own experience, I can see positive unintended consequences that I've never thought I would experience. And I'm just going to use the one example of one of my interns for change, moving out of her brick house into a shack because she didn't want to live in a shack, in a brick house anymore. And it goes back to, again, what do people want, but also on how do you facilitate that process of change? So it's difficult to see the impact of the work that we are doing now because we've been busy with that for 2 years. So your question probably will only be able to be answered in 5 years' time when we can go back and reflect on what we are doing, because at the moment we are doing action research and we aspire to create a new heritage based on combined cultures. So as much as I want to answer your question, I would say ask me that in 5 years' time ago, except that I think it's possible.
Okay, but I think that generally from your experience of development work within our country, and we've not only begun it in the last 2 years, it might be your experience, but across the country, that's kind of what we've been doing. And even in the 1960s, there was this kind of notion of culture and development and its relationship, where international development theorists began to say that their models of development that they were beginning to introduce to global South countries that were now becoming politically independent weren't very effective because the culture of the beneficiaries militated against these models that might have been appropriate in a more kind of Western context. So development itself is not culturally neutral. It's based on particular ideological premises, cultural values, worldviews, and so on, so that when development takes place, it inevitably kind of impacts on the culture of, the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of that. So my question really has to do with why is it that we have made so much progress with regard to environmental impact studies, because we anticipate that it's going to have impact, but we haven't done the same with regard to culture. In your development studies, have you ever come across there being modules or units that have to do with the exploration of culture and its relationship to development?
I think that one I'll be able to answer more easily. My perspective of development is for sure not into the concept of Western development. My concept of development comes from the grassroots up, I would say African development, and recreating a sense of pride of indigenous building methods, indigenous community, Ubuntu, that type of thing. And I can also easily tell you I've been in doing development research, quantifying data since 2002, and always you get what I call wish lists of things that needs to be done. And it's those wish lists that made me reject the way that we are doing development, because I go back 5 years to a community that I've done research in, and yes, a road has been built, but the community are still desolated and nothing changed for them. So for me, I'm actively challenging the way that we are approaching development, and I don't see a way forward on creating new heritages, creating cultures that we all can be proud of if we do follow the examples that is on the ground. And then I'm also very critical when I say I've been at that policy boardroom tables, I've been speaking at conferences, and none of those words ever go into action. And so I would rather say, and that's a question that I ask myself is, how can I give all these recommendations without being able to implement it? And the implementation models out there is not satisfactory. It's not conducive for me to cultural development. It's maybe conducive to perceived westernized cultural development. And I think that it's time to stand up as I'm sitting here, I see myself as an African and say enough is enough. And it goes also back to the circular economy that we have. You know, the reality out there on the grassroots in the informal settlements is that the probability of finding a job is very small. The probability of going out of your environment is very small. So how do you create a cultural development within that systems that represent self-sustainability? And that self-sustainability models of development does not come from our Western people. It's coming from within your own culture, reviving that, but also showing people that taking pride in what development means and looking beyond the examples that's currently available. And then I know we are short on time. Yes, the reason why I believe it's possible to create this cultural change is because I had to take a trip to Guatemala to go get training in building technologies. But I actually came back with a message of hope, seeing how it's possible to create change within the most impoverished communities out of there. And the change is not related to sitting on a boardroom table. And it's also not related of going in for 2-3 weeks, I've done my development work, I'm going out. It goes about, if you want cultural change, you need to stick it through for 4 or 5 years. And I can see change happening with the people I'm working with, and that is because it's a commitment to looking for development answers beyond the westernized ideas.
Okay, great. We're going to come back to some of these themes a bit later in some of the other discussions. But maybe just moving on, in terms of our own challenges in our country that have to do with inequality, poverty, unemployment, and the like, our Department of Arts and Culture kind of emphasizes the creative industries and creative and cultural industries as being very important as ways of driving economic growth in order to generate the resources that we need for social and human development. And there are lots of kind of contradictions within that. But I wanted to maybe come on to you, Annabelle, as someone who's kind of been engaged in policy and engaged in running organizations as well. We heard this morning about the environment and climate change and the like. What has tended to happen in Africa over the last number of years is that because our governments are so poor in supporting the arts, we tend to embrace policy themes that come from Europe, from the global north, largely because they come with resources as well. So we've had these phases of culture and development, culture and the creative industries, culture and human rights, culture and democracy, culture and what is the word? Cultural diplomacy, and now culture and the environment, culture and climate change. That's also a theme that has been placed on the table, which is not new, but something that we tend to embrace. And then what we do is we panel beat our project to fit in with a new theme in order to access the resources. So in other words, there's almost a contradiction between, on the one hand, the arts being used in order to promote the sustainability of the environment and the sustainability of the arts organizations themselves. So that when arts organizations no longer have access to funding from the environment climate change lobby, they themselves might move on to the next thing in order to sustain themselves. How does one deal with that contradiction?
Mike, I think it's a very interesting contradiction, particularly because I've worked within the arts sector for about 12 years and seen this rapid sort of moving on to the next best theme as defined by policy. And I'm learning now, I think looking back, that there has to be a point at which arts organizations themselves realize their basis for their existence, that it's not defined by policymakers, right? I think that's the first thing. You have to, you're in the arts for a particular reason and for a particular need and to fulfill a particular social objective. That needs to be what I think arts organizations hold on to. Because the world of policy development and policy change is a very fickle world. And we've seen how over the years it changes at the whim of the new mandate and the new mandate and the new mandate. So unless there's that sense of understanding of why we're here as arts organizations and why we're here as particularly arts institutions representing the public sector, we'll always be moving from one objective to the next objective without understanding and losing that traction. And I specifically want to talk about the issue of how we sit around the policy table and forget what the impact of those policy decisions are at the grassroots level or even at just the basic organizational level. And the way in which we assume the level of understanding of either practitioners or organizations that are meant to have agency and fulfilling particular mandates, organizational mandates, is also quite interesting. And I'll cite a very specific example. I've just started at PAKOS 5 weeks ago, and I had a staff meeting, and at that staff meeting, I was speaking English because it's an easier medium of engagement. But after that, one of my colleagues cautioned me to say, but you're in the Free State, you can't talk English only, so you have to try balance. And one of the staff members then said, well, Annabelle, we've heard you. You've spoken in English, I don't know what you've said, but we've heard you, you know? And it's a very interesting point of reflection, I think, for policymakers and organization leaders in organizations, and the way in which we assume that this is an understood language, that there's a commonness in the way in which we talk about carbon emissions and. But the efficacy of that language may or may not resonate if we want to bring about that change that we need to bring about. So I think there's a caution in the way that we language around these really, really important issues and these really, really important points of discourse that either enables or disenables human beings, I think, to take ownership of that which is important, is life-threatening, and affects each and every single one of us individually and collectively. So I really believe in just going back to basics, you know, and holding and being true to what that basic is for each and every one of us. All of us have got our truths, and those truths in the way that we express our creativity, in the way that we give agency to that creativity, in the way that we hold true to that creative spirit, I think becomes part and parcel of informing policy and not the other way around, you know, and using agency to define an African contextualized narrative, which is not brought in from a different world, a world that's got a legacy that, as a young democracy, we don't necessarily have. So we have to literally work the ground, till the ground in the way that we enforce policy or engage in policy issues that touch on these issues that you talked about, cultural diplomacy, environmental issues, etc., etc. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But just in terms of sustainability as well, quite often we think within the arts that financial sustainability is really what it's all about. And yet for many organizations, it's not only about that, it's also about internal challenges such as leadership, such as the organizational framework, such as financial management. If you're not able to account for your resources, you're not able to get finances in the future. So sustainability has many other factors to it than simply financial and funding sustainability.
Correctly so, Mike. And again, going back to basics, right? And understanding the reason why we're here and not being solely dependent on either a Department of Arts and Culture or a National Arts Council or a BASA or whoever. But it's also about finding ways to sustain ourselves as organizations that is not reliant on these funding agencies. And that means that we have to induct, educate, orientate, empower our audiences and our patrons and our supporters to be the consumers that we want to be, that in effect then translates to sustaining our businesses. Because the model that has widely been used and adopted in South Africa is a fund-independent model. And we've seen over the years how organizations have sort of sprung up today here, today gone tomorrow, you know, because they don't have the basics in place that allows them to sustain themselves. And it's a competitive environment. And if you don't understand as a practitioner or as an artist or as an organization why you're in the business, and it's about using the business concepts and business models that says you have to understand what the product is, what the service is that you're offering, is there a market for it, who's going to buy it, who's not going to buy it, how are you going to, what is your level of flexibility, who are you bringing on to support your organization in terms of leaders. If we don't have those basics in place, then we will just continue to perpetuate the cycle of organizations not being self-sustainable, but being dependent on funding organizations, which is not a good model, I think.
Okay, cool. Nico, you're based in the Netherlands?
That's correct, yeah.
We heard this morning about the Paris Agreement that was reached in December last year, and great euphoria around what this means. At the same time, in the Netherlands, you folk at The Hague, you have these international organizations like the International Criminal Court and the like. And despite there being international agreements that prevail within our world, there are countries that don't pay any attention to them. I mean, I think America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court because if their military personnel are found are accused of anything, they cannot be charged there, sort of thing. So they protect themselves in this way. So I suppose the question is, despite the euphoria around these kinds of international agreements, which are important at some level of a symbolism and for advocacy purposes, how confident are you as a practitioner that an agreement like that will kind of hold for the next 5 years? And secondly, do artists in your country actually know about that agreement? Does it make any difference to them?
Well, it does make a difference because, first of all, it starts with a certain awareness about what it means. But most important is the capital interest in sustainability is, I think, more present as we think. And I think the Netherlands is a big example of that. I mean, you all hear the stories about windmills and water energy systems, stuff like that. A bicycle path where you cycle over and it's charging the street lanterns and stuff. But in the same time, this is also a product, an export product that is interesting for the capital market to export. And there is a misconception, and I've been very intrigued this morning by the conversation about the theater sustainability, especially I think we're talking about lights here. And there's this whole tendency that everybody has to use LED lights these days. And there is an amazing lobby in this, a capital lobby, that is really trying to push this. Because if you read about LED lights, for example, you will see that it's quite toxic, actually. And the waste that comes out of it is tremendous. So there's an amazing lobby where people are, for some reason, convinced that this sustainable material that we use as tools in performing arts a lot is better for the environment. But it's so important for artists, I think, also in the Netherlands, to read on this and use scientific publications to get awareness that it doesn't always seem that better when it comes to sustainable technologies, for example. It's something we have to be very aware of. There is a lobby, there is an interest, there is to be money made out of sustainable technologies. And I don't think it's always for the better in this case. So, yeah.
How integrated is consciousness about the environment and climate change within the arts and culture sector in the Netherlands in terms of what Alison was talking about this morning?
Well, it starts. I think the Netherlands has a big tradition of traveling performances, and it means sometimes that one evening a show is in a city, and the next day, 10 kilometers further away, there's the other show. So the people don't come to a city to see a show; the shows are coming to theaters. And you see, for most of the theaters that are really well connected, they all have the same infrastructure, the same types of lamps. So you don't need to travel with too much stuff. And there is an amazing connection where I'm part of. It's called the Scenographical Infrastructure Development Foundation, where we share set pieces and also collect old lights, for example. and transport them to places where they're more needed, for example. So that awareness is there on a productional level, and artistically you see it also back. There's a lot of pieces that are created are related, actually, and that's so beautiful that we're in this planetarium to look at the bigger picture of things. We all start and we are stardust in the end, you know. What are we as humans in galaxies, hundreds of billions of galaxies? And to use these tools of making us really small makes us also aware of that we, as species, are responsible for our actions. And by the use of science, I think there is a nice development in the Netherlands. Also, there's a lot of collaboration with the ESA, European Space Agency, for example, that is facilitating knowledge and theatrical infrastructures for performances and lecture performances.
Okay, cool. Maybe just to go on to, I'm going to go to MC and then come back to you, Melanie. There's quite often a kind of a contradiction or within the arts and culture sector, a kind of reluctance to be instrumentalized, to be used to promote particular messages, and they would do it in order to access the resources that are attached to them in order for them to do the art that they really want to do. And sometimes there's a contradiction between the practice of art and arising out of a particular kind of cultural value such as freedom of expression versus culture in a much broader anthropological sense in terms of respect and values and so on. So we're finding, for instance, within our country at the moment, this big debate between Ayanda Palula's paintings of the Zuma presidency and state capture with the Guptas and the like, where lots of criticism of him is about a lack of respect for African culture. On the other hand, he's saying, well, I'm an artist and I'm practicing my constitutional right of freedom of creative expression. Alison showed us a work of a particular artist, South African artist, as part of her presentation this morning, and that artist is now on charges of murder of a sex worker. So you kind of have these kinds of contradictions where, on the one hand, the arts might be used to articulate a particular position, whereas the artists themselves or their practice in the arts might be contradictory, you know, to the broader kind of values that are kind of being espoused. Where do you kind of fit yourself in as an artist in terms of those potential contradictions, and what are your comments maybe on them?
I guess that first and foremost I separate the artwork from the artist. I don't, if you can do it, but I don't necessarily see that to be able to design a good artwork necessarily relies on having a brilliant, I don't know, sense of humanity. Ideas don't necessarily belong to the artists themselves. They sort of float around in the cosmos, and if they find you, they find you. And if you have the time and the means and the resources to realize them, then you can actually engineer an artwork that's powerful, that speaks to the people, and that does its job well, regardless of what's going on in your personal life. So I don't necessarily think that that contradiction is actually valuable in this conversation. Does that answer your question?
Okay. So you would see for there to be the morality of the artist and how he or she lives or his life has got no consequence to the actual value of the artwork that he or she might create. Definitely. And what it might be expressing.
Definitely. The reception of an artwork is, for me, more in the realm of the viewer and the spectator, and how the artwork works and functions and what it means to society at large belongs not so much to the artist as it does to the people who's interpreting it. So if the artwork works in that sense, and if the public comes to the correct conclusions, then I think the artwork has done its job well. And then regardless of what happens in the personal life of the artist, it doesn't really impact on it.
Then to what extent is art an expression or a vehicle for expressing the broader culture or the culture milieu in which it arises on the one hand, and to what extent is it a vehicle for challenging and reshaping that culture out of which it arises?
Okay, well, I guess that art creates both the platform and the context, and probably also the arena. So in the milieu that we're working in, you can't help but pick up these different references. When you walk down the street, when you are surrounded by things, you assimilate all of these things, sometimes even in a subconscious way. So when you move into your studio or into your rehearsal room and you start workshopping these ideas, these things, whether you like it or not, will start injecting themselves into the work. So I guess as an artist, there's a great responsibility who you surround yourself with and which spaces you engage in. So in that sense, yes. I don't think that art and life is necessarily so separate from each other.
Okay, cool, thank you. Kelly, maybe just to come on to you as a final kind of interlocutor in this particular discussion. There are generally 4 or 5 sources of funding for the arts. There's the public sector, there's the private sector, there's foreign funding if you're based in the global south, there's the marketplace and the like. So I just wanted to ask you, in your particular experience in what you do in Australia, how do you sustain yourselves? Which of those are the primary sources of funding for your sustainability? And secondly, can you, in terms of what you do, survive in the marketplace? In other words, can you see yourself as a creative industry that is able to survive purely in the marketplace? And then finally, an ethical question arising out of Alison's presentation this morning. Should you be touring around Australia and a fossil fuel company comes along to you and says, we will fund your touring and provide you with free petrol for a year, would you accept that sponsorship?
Well, I'll answer that first one. The last one first, I guess, would be a no. But I'll come back to that. I think your first question, which was about funding, we are government funded, so that's federal and state funding. And part of our self-sustainable I guess, ethos is to find ways in which we can pay that forward. So for us, we were lucky enough to have an old school building, a 2-story old school building that was deemed unfit for or uninhabitable for humans. So the artists we moved in and we set up a space. We set up a space called CIA Studios, which is a Centre for Interdisciplinary Arts, and we invited practitioners whose artworks kind of sit on the edges of traditional art form genres to come and inhabit this space with us and look at ways in which we can collaborate together, research, share skills, share resources, and pay a kind of a nominal rent. Like we're the cheapest in town. so it's become a kind of like a little self-sustainable incubator model. But we were able to do that through getting government funding to sustain our arts practice. We were then just able to kind of push a little and kind of go, well, how about this scenario? There are spaces in which we can show work, but there aren't spaces in which we can research and develop our practice. And so we made that argument and were lucky enough to have that space. So I guess your final question, and it's a really interesting one actually, because in Australia recently with the boycott of the Sydney Biennale last year or the year before, I don't know if many people know of what happened there, but the Sydney Biennale, one of their sponsors or the chairperson of the Biennale was also the owner of a company that was Transfield Services that was providing garrison services on Manus Island and Nauru for detention centres. And the artists, excuse me, who were then commissioned for the Biennale that year boycotted and refused to show their work. And it set off a really interesting chain of events within the arts community looking at our ethical responsibility and in terms of sponsorship, and that there is in Australia, and I don't know if it's similar in the UK or Europe or elsewhere, there's a definite push now towards being kind of like a robust financial kind of machine arts-wise where you can actually access sponsorship, and there's much more of a push towards commercial sponsorship. And I think what it did, that situation, what it did is it just made the community kind of stop and think and go, hang on a minute, where is our ethical compass, and where will we draw the line? So a lot of companies, we workshopped and came up with a very loose framework that is still in development around Australia called the Ethical Arts Resource. And it was looking at maybe providing kind of a rough template/guideline set of principles that maybe we could adapt within Australia, any arts organisation or from an individual artist point of view, to kind of go, well, this is where I would draw the line, and that it would actually be embedded in kind of, our websites or government documents or within kind of board documents, that sort of thing, so that we're almost in a sense kind of protecting ourselves from this inevitable push towards the commercial sector.
Is morality and ethics, are they relative in the sense that in your particular situation in Australia and in some European countries where there's quite a high degree of public funding for the arts, one is able to make moral choices around private sector sponsorship much more ethically.
Yeah.
Whereas in contexts where there might not be significant public funding, the choices, the moral choices are much grayer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I suppose the question is, do you accept that there might be a lot more grey?
Yeah,
particularly in the global south.
Here on a moral
no, sure. I just wanted to kind of raise the issue because I think sometimes, what we see as being ethical in one particular context might not be appropriate in another context.
That's right.
I mean, with regard to Australia right now, there's something on our west coast where an Australian company is wanting to mine there, and the community has kind of been quite vociferous in their antipathy against that mining, and the leader of that opposition has recently been assassinated, and so what are the ethical questions around that company providing sponsorship to the arts back in Australia, sort of thing, on the basis of, so it's...
Oh, look, I don't think it's not a black or white kind of cut and dry this or that type issue at all. I think it's very grey and it's very murky, and it does come back to the individual and the context within which you're operating within the ecosphere of the arts in any particular kind of country or situation. It's really tricky.
Okay, maybe just before we do a performance with Frans Verkrutzen, are there any responses that any of you would like to make to anything you might have heard on the panel? Oh, okay. We're very flexible here. Any of you like to make any comments to any of the questions that you've heard or any of the responses that you've heard?
May I?
Sure.
I was intrigued with your first question about the KwaZulu-Natal issue, because I was here in beginning of 2000, and a similar thing happened actually in Colesberg, which is really center South Africa. So what do we learn from our experience? How much reflection is there? And I think if you speak about culture and sustainability, it's in the end all about reflection and awareness. It doesn't matter what tool you use or what sponsor you have. The only purpose in that sense is for me bringing or having dialogues about awareness and give the availability to reflect on what you do.
No, absolutely, and I think that maybe that's one of the lacks from our side as the arts and culture sector. We haven't done the research and the reflection and the writing up of these things, in the way that Alison was talking about the collection of data, so that development just happens in the same way that it always happens without there being any attention being paid to the potential impact socially or culturally on particular communities, because there isn't the research to back it up, or there isn't the training within development development workers' context to provide them with a sensitivity, not only to the environment, but also to kind of cultural practice. I think that's a good point. Annabelle?
Yes. Cool. As we were talking, I just had a recollection of a project that actually Rosemary was involved in when she was at the Department of Arts and Culture, which was around the inclusion or the participation of arts practitioners or arts policymakers in the way in which we plan for human settlements. I'm not sure where that project actually ended up, but when you left, it left with you. But I think there's something that needs to be said in light of the conversation that you were having earlier on with Anita about the way in which we plan these infrastructure projects or these housing developments without contextualizing the role of arts practice or the role of cultural practice and the cultural nuances that we find in specific geographical contexts, that it completely annihilates or disempowers those practices that are inherent in that particular space. And so again, we're perpetuating the same kind of approaches to development and to human settlements when we keep saying we want to move away from bad practice, but part and parcel of what we're planning now is exactly those same spaces, and it doesn't give credence or it doesn't give weight to the importance of cultural activism and social activism through the arts in those settlement spaces.
And okay, I just want to add here. You probably noticed my sort of negativity once it comes to policymakers and things like that. Okay. But you know, there are many people that are knocking on doors that are able to, from a very artistic point of view, creating new forms of artwork. For me, creating united heritages and culture. That is an artwork in itself. It's investment in human capital. And I sit here with the question is, why is it so difficult to approach the higher structures? Why is the higher structures never on the grassroots to come see what is going on? And it's more a comment than a question, is that I think it's high time that anybody that makes a policy decision in terms of human settlements must come spend a week with me in Caleb Mochabe, where there's probably some policy makers here, and you are aware about something like the IDP, Integrated Development Plan. There's one sentence on upgrading of those whole settlements that's been there for the past 5 years. But there are 300 things to do in Fichard Park in our neighborhoods. And then just to conclude with what one of the previous persons said, that it is only cars and there's no people. And that means you've only seen one part of the world, because in my world there are hundreds of people laughing in this most poverty-stricken areas. You rarely see a car, but you see so many happy people. And that made me realize that we in the Western neighborhoods have it wrong. I would rather see what's happening in Caleb and Chabe and try to create a culture there before they become the suburbs that we are all aspiring to.
You wanted to say something?
It was just coming back to your point, actually, about activism and ways in which we can activate. And I think that Alison touched on this morning as well, and that the role of the artist as a means to, our sense of responsibility is to engage, meaningfully with the social, political, environmental realities of everyday life. But then, it's then finding a way to not impose that on the public, but to find a way to encourage members of the public to think about that for themselves and act, on their own accord, and not through kind of the commercially motivated directives of capitalism. I think that that's a fundamental responsibility that we have.
Well, in our case, we're going to be finding policymakers with us for at least a week now that we have elections coming up. So they'll be coming not with their policies, but with their food parcels. So on that note, we'll take a break. Thank you very, very much to our first panel for your participation. We're going to have the next panel come up, and then we'll continue. So thank you. Okay, we are going to have to do things slightly differently. So could we get the next panel up ASAP? They are listed in your book: Alex Winster, Amy Barrett-Leonard, Barry Swanepoel, Chika Unigwa is not with us, Yapi Khos, and Nika Jonah.
Mike, where would you want us?
As you wish. No particular order. Okay, so while we are getting ready, maybe just two things. Alison, if you could, if you want at the end to say anything in response to what you might have heard, feel free to do so. I'll give you 3 or 4 minutes to do that. And then secondly, for you as an audience, if there are particular things that you've heard, either from this morning's presentations or from the panel discussions, and you think that there are particular themes that need to be explored further theoretically, and if there are practical things that need to be done by the arts and culture sector or by the festival, please write them down and come and drop them with us at the end of the session so that this can feed into future PIADs, future kind of strategies of the festival. Okay, so kind of continuing the discussion and with the topics, I suppose, changed the other way around. Not that it's going to make much difference because we'll just continue along in the same vein. Alex, I'm going to ask, maybe start with you. So generally we kind of accept that culture is dynamic, that it changes as culture kind of interfaces with other cultures, so our own kind of values, ideas, worldviews and so on change. We accept that that is the case. Part of the challenges within Europe and Britain at the moment is, I suppose, it's about sustaining their own culture. What is of interest and value to them, given the kind of immigration crisis that is happening. Alison spoke about these major artists who had all come out in support of the Paris Declaration, what a difference it made. With regard to Brexit, the 400 artists who signed up made absolutely no difference there. So I suppose the question is, what, from your point of view, as arts people, we are kind of quite critical often of conservatism, of people who don't want to change, etc., etc. So I'm going to put you on the spot. As an artist with the kind of values that you hold dear, with immigration happening into the UK, maybe not so much anymore in the near future, what are the values that you would not give up?
Wow.
Yeah, just speak into it, they'll control it.
There's so much in what you've just said. I might just lose the microphone. There's a lot in what you've just said.
They're recording this, so if you could just...
Hello. Immigration crisis? What crisis? The words we use are so important. I would not give up a sense of play. I would not give up a sense that a better future is possible. I would never give up on the belief that everyone is born with an equal right to opportunity, and regardless of where we are, who we are and what we are not guilty of anything for just being born. So I could not give up on any of those things. I think in the face of political, social, economic turmoil, upheaval, I think that the word crisis is very interesting. It's a turning point, not necessarily what comes before and what comes after. It doesn't give an idea on whether what comes next is better or worse. There's been a lot of talk about relativism, and that what might be appropriate in one culture is not appropriate in another. I'll put my neck out and say that the kindness, compassion, openness, inclusivity, and the right to have a better future are human rights and are not owed but earned, and not passed on but expressed. And whatever the political situation, we can always, in every engagement we make with ourselves and with any other human being, we have the possibility of creating those values. I think that's where I end. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Up to a point. I'm going to put you further on the spot. So maybe you don't see it as a crisis, but in some other parts of Europe it is seen as a crisis with regard to people coming in and challenging notions of freedom of expression and the like. So if, in terms of integrating people coming from Syria, who, for example, a particular value for them might be that to insult Prophet Muhammad is a value that they hold dear, in terms of that you shouldn't be doing that. But you as an artist kind of believe that it is your right as a cartoonist or whatever to be able to critique anything. Where would you locate yourself within that debate?
Thank you. I think when we talk about compromise, I grew up in the Jewish community, which is riven by sectarian discord. Pluralism is a very thorny subject, and I think it's always about which is the easier compromise to make. If in your experience an action on my part would lead to unimaginable suffering that I cannot understand, then it's easier for me to just not do it. This is not to say that of course there are limits on freedoms, and of course there are exceptions to every rule. It's possibly the single absolute rule of unknowability. Even we're in, a possibly unknowable universe here, probably unknowable universe. With regards to freedom of expression around depictions of the Prophet Muhammad, what's your intention behind it? If the intention is to prove a political point, are you considering the impacts of your behaviour? What's your personal example in this context? In the last panel, I was amazed, we kind of slid over this idea that the artist can be divorced from their work. Absolutely not in my case. We are in positions of leadership. What we are putting out in the world, we have to be responsible for, or at least be defensible. It comes to, if you can make a defensible decision, then great. But why, I'd be like, why cause unnecessary pain? Right? What can that give you? Again, does that answer your question? Just to say on Syria, we are like all experiencing the results of globalized communities, and these cycles happen quicker or slower depending on where you are in the world. I'm finding it, again, there's a state of bewilderment, particularly in a place like the UK, when we seem, the British Empire was very good at invading nearly everywhere, and look at how sad are we when people want to come here. It's kind of like come on, how many of us are immigrants? Where were your grandparents born? What's your DNA? Nation states. Right, I'm going to stop because this could then just turn into a rant. But I think the salient points is about your personal example, what you're putting out in the world, and if you can defend it according to your system of values and beliefs, then so be it.
Great. I mean, every time you answer a question, it raises more, but there are other panelists, and so we'll continue the discussion. I think a very important point that you just made now was around, the role that the UK might have played historically, and now its kind of attitude to immigration and the like, which I suppose I maybe like to bring Nick into the discussion. In a way, it's one of those contradictions where a few hundred years ago, Africans were kind of forcibly taken from this continent elsewhere, by the empire to America, to Europe, to other parts of the world. And now that Africans want to travel freely, they are not allowed to, or the obstacles are kind of placed in their way. So I suppose the question I wanted to ask you with regard to some of what we heard earlier today. So there's this 2005 UNESCO convention that really encourages artists from the global south to be able to access global north markets in order for them to develop the markets that they need to sustain their creative practice in the global south. Artists, however, find it incredibly difficult traveling from Africa, from parts of the Arab world, from Latin America to Europe and places because of security and economic concerns. So, we heard this morning about carbon emissions and the like. Is this, although it's a progressive idea, is it potentially another obstacle to people from Africa kind of traveling
I think
globally?
So. I think it's...
How do you mitigate it, if it is?
I think it's interesting because I met Alison at the IFICA conference in Australia at the same time I met Ricardo, at the same time I met you. And I think one of the things she discussed with me was diversity and the climate change agenda. And even listening this morning, there was a couple of moments where I was squirming and thinking about it from the point of view, from the type of work I'm trying to do. So those of you who know that one of the reasons I'm here is I'm developing, along with Owen Mass and Ricardo Peach and the National Arts Council and PAKOS, a Pan-African interdisciplinary performing arts market. And it was really absolutely about giving opportunities for Africans to present their work outside of Africa or across Africa, but given the opportunity to present their work in a marketplace that only sees 1% of the work coming from the continent. And one would argue that most of that work is most probably from the music side. So cultural mobility in Africa is a huge problem. I mean, even the question about would you take money from an oil company, I thought, well, in West Africa, the oil companies sponsor nearly all the arts. So I think there is the question of the ethical issue in terms of context, and I think, they don't always have the luxury. I feel like the climate change conversation is a little bit owned by a class conversation, so that some people don't live in neighborhoods that are comfortable. They don't live in cities or countries that are comfortable for them to be able to take on board some of the suggestions that were made this morning. But that's not to say they can't do anything. And I think I was trying to figure out, what are some of the things that I'm grappling with in terms of even what I'm trying to set up. I mean, I'm in the middle of setting up the infrastructure for this company and another African festival that will come out of the UK. And actually, going through what I need to do in terms of partnerships, Julie's Bicycle was one of the organizations on my mind in terms of, like, if I'm going to start from scratch, I should at least go to the expert, who's not too far from where I live. But I think Africa often gets forgotten about in these terms. And, Annabelle said about, when people are setting the policy, who's at the table. Alice and I talked about the fact that there's not enough diverse people at the table, having the conversation, being able to sort of really put their agendas on the table as well. Because I think if more of us were at the table, I think some of the suggestions would differ. I mean, I had a conversation with a lady in the bathroom, and she said when she travels, she plants a tree, and I think that's quite easily done. On the continent, most people have access to land where they can plant a tree to mitigate the carbon emissions. I've most probably spent hundreds of emissions going around the world. But also I feel that while I do a lot of Skype, because this was a suggestion that came up this morning, I also think there's something about being here. I mean, I find South Africa so incredibly inspiring. I don't think I could read 500 books in a year and pick up what I've picked up to go away and build and share with my community. So for me to be here and meet people and have all kinds of conversations is just as important, especially in light of what's going on in Europe. You're sort of escaping to a place where you feel a little bit more at home, and I think people are really feeling, where is their place? I was born in England, and I'm still feeling a little bit uncomfortable with what's going on as a result of Brexit. So does that sort of answer it, with me trying to shrink it down, because I could go on,
Yeah. Well, it's great that you feel at home here.
Yes.
I just wish that Congolese and Zimbabweans and Mozambicans would feel at home here as well.
Yeah.
And I think the point I'm trying to make is that, we can quite often point fingers at Europe in terms of how they're treating people immigrating there. And yet in our own country, we have incredible xenophobic violence against our colleagues from other parts of the continent. So that similar kinds of impulses that motivate the kind of Brexits or whatever kinds of antipathies that people have there motivate people here. So it always appears that the grass might be greener on the other side, but are we not motivated by pretty similar, quite base impulses?
There was a great show, Identities. They had a song, we're all a bit racist some of the time, and it... Oh, great.
Yes. We'll ask them to sing it in place of the performance that isn't going to be happening. But maybe just get your group together, and we'll. Well, being flexible, come on up.
Okay. Woo! Come on, guys. Come on. You're all a bit racist. It's uncomfortable songs, but I thought, it's uncomfortable. Well, that's kind of changed the discussion. That's Ricardo.
I don't think they're going to need that.
Okay. Oh, all on the spot.
Okay, could we go? Right, it's great to have half the audience up here.
If we all could just admit that we are racist, just a little bit, even though we all know that it's wrong. And everybody stopped being so PC. Maybe we could live in harmony. Maybe we could live in harmony. Everybody is a little bit racist sometimes. It doesn't mean we go around committing hate crimes. Look around and you will find no one's really colorblind. Maybe it's a fact we all should face. Everyone enjoys. Feel so relaxed.
Well done.
Okay, that really does make up for the performance that we were supposed to have from Francois Knitzer, which apparently is not happening. So thank you very much for that and enjoy your next performance. Okay, Yapi, we're going to move on to you now. And maybe just, as we all know, language is a very key instrument through which to convey culture, through which to interrogate culture, to make meaning of culture. Historically in our country, indigenous languages, African languages, were kind of marginalized, along with indigenous kind of African cultures as well. Afrikaans, English were kind of elevated as languages, official languages and the like. Now we are obviously facing the consequences of that on our campuses, within our country generally, as tensions abound around Afrikaans still being used on particular campuses like here and elsewhere. And as people begin to assert the right to learn in their own languages as well. I suppose, you know, for someone involved in language nurturing and so on as you are, particularly within the Afrikaans paradigm, what would you say we as a country can be learning from what you are doing, from what your community is doing, in terms of advancing, protecting, developing, nurturing, affirming indigenous African languages and culture?
Thanks, Mike. There's some facts that people don't understand when we talk about languages in South Africa. The first one is that for 90% of the inhabitants in South Africa, English is not their first language. So we try to solve the problem by letting everybody speak English. But if you look at the three biggest languages, that's isiZulu, isiXhosa, and Afrikaans, Afrikaans has been put in some place because of the history of South Africa, and the other indigenous languages didn't get that favor. And now we're trying to rectify that by just replacing everything with English. The motto of South Africa saying Ke ekara ke means unity in diversity. So we have to accept that we are a diverse nation. And diversity also is applicable to the different languages in South Africa. So if we want to just settle with second best, namely that we just become English, that will happen faster, I think. But if we take the right decision and we look into 20, 30 years' time, then we have to establish also some mechanisms to let all the other indigenous languages be developed. In which way, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we have to build a university for every language, but I think there's many, especially when you come to arts and culture, there are so many things we can do about language as far as arts and culture are concerned. And that will also place us in a better position with all the indigenous languages. The one problem in South Africa is that we can't speak all the languages. And some of us can speak our home language and some of us can try to speak English. But we actually should know 3 or 4 languages in South Africa. The other thing about the languages, somebody said it earlier, is that you can speak English or you can speak whatever language, but the other people don't necessarily understand you. And that's a big problem when it comes to nation building and social cohesion, which is sometimes a problem in South Africa. And what we have to do is we have to learn the other people's stories. We have to learn to listen. We have to explore also the history and the heritage of people, probably with not speaking Afrikaans and English, but the other languages in South Africa. They also have history, they also have stories, which has not been written down, which hasn't been told, which doesn't necessarily feature in dramas or stories or films or whatever. And I think for South Africa to get to a better place as far as nation building is concerned is that we actually should do more about developing those and exploring those, which I call assets of South Africa. We don't do enough to actually do that. Just another point I want to make, because money is always a problem to do all of these things. And I've just recently written an article about the social grants in South Africa, which amounts to, I think, 165 billion rand, which is 4% of the GDP. If you look at other countries, that's about 1% to 1.5%. So we're paying quite a lot of money on social grants. And I was thinking about, shouldn't we spend more money on social entrepreneurship, which could include these things I'm talking about, arts, culture, language, and getting to people's stories. So I think what we can learn about what happened in the past is that we cannot afford to ignore any of the indigenous languages, indigenous stories, heritage, history of South Africa. We need to explore those.
Practically, what could you in the Afrikaanse Taal en Kultuurvereniging actually do to facilitate that? You're quite a major player and sponsor in the Afrikaans Festival Network, for example. Many of the people who go to the Afrikaans festivals want to have access to the arts in their language, understandably. It's about nurturing, developing, sustaining, affirming their language. However, if you are serious about those audiences having access to the stories of other people in their own language, would there not be consideration given to people creating stories in their own language, Sotho, Zulu, whatever, and those stories come into the Afrikaans festivals but be made available to an Afrikaans audience through technology, through surtitles? It's something which I've never understood, why even English productions don't have access to an Afrikaans audience through surtitles. The technology is available, the resources are available, but it's just never ever been done. So there's a lot of genuflection or talk about building the nation and so on, but practically where it's possible to do so, there's very little vision or investment in that.
I think most of the festivals, we are involved in most of the festivals, but that's a small part of what we actually do. And some of the festivals actually come to the table now with, exploring more and other languages and cultures also on the festivals. What we've done, because one of the misconceptions also is that Afrikaans is just consisting of white people. And that's not true. It's only 40% of Afrikaans people are white. The 60% of people are not white. And they are also included in the untold stories and so on. So we especially support also festivals where we can explore those stories. So we spend a lot of time in exploring the other Afrikaans story, the untold Afrikaans story, the untold Afrikaans history. As far as the inclusion of the other languages are concerned, we sometimes get a perception from people that they can't participate in together in the same on the same in the same spaces. So it's a bit difficult to actually do that. When we go to theatres, because you can say the same about theatres in South Africa. There's about 400 different theatres in South Africa. You get exceptions where some theatres accommodate everything, but some theatres don't. So we should not just rely on festivals. We should also rely on theatres in other spaces. And then the other part of what the Art Café actually is doing, especially on the focus that we have on education, is that we move around all over the country and we are an arts stuff at schools. We're doing at the moment about 1,000 schools throughout South Africa. And of those 1,000 schools, 90% is not Afrikaans schools. They are Zulu schools and Xhosa schools and English schools and so on. It's more in the platteland areas of South Africa where we do that. And we work mostly with children. So the focus of the Art Café is also more on children than on adults. So we spend most of our money on the development and information, giving information to children, educating them, learning them leadership, arts and culture, languages, whatever.
Okay, maybe just a final question. The Afrikaans Festival is able to really sustain themselves, and they developed enormously over the last 22 years, largely because of the economic muscle that Afrikaans companies have and the Afrikaans communities. So there's a lot of disposable income there to be able to buy CDs and go to the theatre and the like. The same resources aren't prevalent within vendor-speaking communities or whatever. So these are kind of consequences of our past. Do you think that both morally and in terms of strategy, that there might be room for the Afrikaans community to play in providing additional resources, whatever, in order to ensure that these languages and cultural practices that have been historically marginalized are given greater prominence?
Yes, I definitely think so. Just a correction, the arts festivals, the Afrikaans arts festivals doesn't make money. You know that, for example, Art Club last year was closed because of money and because of people not buying tickets. We've tried to still do Art Club this year, but so most of the festivals, they have to get money. They don't make money.
I think the point I was making was that very few of them get money from the public sector. They get it from companies with the historical kind of Afrikaans orientation, whether it's ABSA or Sanlam or...
Yeah, not the ABSAs and so on anymore. It's more the media companies and trusts and so on. But that's just a part. So when you organize a festival, it's about 40-50% of the money comes from those kind of companies. The rest must come from the people attending and from what's happening at the festival. But I think that for example, companies like APSA, in the past they've sponsored rugby. They don't sponsor the rugby anymore. And I think companies as those should actually spend more money on the broader community in South Africa and on all the languages. I think the Grahamstown Festival is probably the most, let's say, inclusive festival in South Africa, as far as I know. There's not many others like those, so perhaps we should look at a place where we can actually get this together and try to get together. The Afrikaans community is very, very well organized, probably because of the past. The Arts Café has been established in 1930, so we are 86 years old, nearly as old as I am. But when you try to get the Zulu community or the Xhosa community, there's actually nobody to talk to. You can talk to individuals, but there's no organized structure in those cultures. We try to do quite a lot of talking to those people, especially on the education. We actually get it right. So, for example, once a year we have a multicultural or a multi-language event in Soweto, where we actually cater for all the different languages in South Africa, but more about education. But it's very difficult to get a Zulu community or a Xhosa community or a Venda community. When you boils down to that, you actually get to black and white, a black community and a white community. And what we try to do is to be inclusive. And black doesn't mean not Afrikaans, and white doesn't mean just Afrikaans. So it's quite a difficult thing to get over, but I think it's also because of the history.
Okay. Again, more questions raised, but we've got a panel to get through. Barry, I want to come on to you. Maybe just to ask the question, when is culture expendable in the interest of development? And I want to maybe raise this, give you two examples of where this question comes from. In Uganda, about 5 years ago, the government there wanted to basically bulldoze their national museum in order to build a 120-story office block, because they thought that this would be a much greater source of income that they could use allegedly for MDG purposes. And the National Museum, was serving no real purpose other than preserving their heritage. And the Millennium Development Goals. And after a series of protests, they didn't go that particular route, but it kind of goes to the thinking within governments around what is of more value. So what is of economic value is given greater importance than what happens to be of cultural value. So to take this particular thought to China, where China is kind of being critiqued for sometimes bulldozing the old cities and heritage and building these massive new cities kind of overnight. At the same time, China's kind of had tremendous economic growth, which has allowed them to lift 650 million people out of poverty over the last 30 years, in the same period that Africans have actually become poorer. I mean, that's the reality. We have become poorer on this continent. More people are poor now than was the case 30 years ago. So I suppose the question for you as someone engaged in government, when is culture, heritage, the arts, kind of expendable for the interests of development, and particularly around things such as addressing unemployment, poverty alleviation, addressing inequality and the like?
That's a very interesting question, Mike. And I suppose it's got two levels. On our level where we work, I don't want to say the lower level, but where your grassroots communities are. Our major focus is on social cohesion and on development. So the Free State Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation focuses a lot on that. We've got annual performance indicators specifically dealing with development workshops, and then with exit opportunities. For example, your visual artists and your crafters. Number one, we identify. Number two, we give them basic workshops. Number three, we put them in exhibitions, and then exit opportunities for them would be at national platforms, like your South African Handmade Collection, or at festivals like Makufe, or festivals like... remember, government is supposed to spend money to create opportunities at that level, to create job opportunities, to create upliftment. And also, I find myself going around the Free State speaking to each of our district officers and the district artists, be it visual or be it performing artists, to say, please keep at it. Don't stop. Never stop. Just move on. We'll create more platforms. Last year we built this big monster mobile stage truck, and we take it. We've not reached all 82 towns in the Free State yet, but we aim to reach all 82 in a period of 3 years. So that is the one level where we work on. And through the discussions this morning, I realized we've got Sasol, and Sasol is the major fossil fuel burner in the Free State. And on the one hand, we need to thank Sasol for bringing in capital into the Free State, but on the other hand, we need to lash them to say, but stop with that, it's not the right thing to do. But then you get a situation where Sasol also does good. Sasol built a small arts and culture center for us in Sasol. Sasol funds certain projects. There's a specific trust linked to Sasol that helps our community artists. And when you speak to them, it's like we said earlier, the bigger your bank balance is, the more morals you can sort of, on that level. Sorry, I don't know the correct word, but I think you know where I'm going with this. And when you speak to developing artists who have nothing to eat, they say to me, look, I don't care about fossil fuels because that money buys bread and buys pop and whatever. So it's a very difficult issue, but yes, to come back to where we were, that's the first level that we operate on. And to say cultures are expendable is actually, in my mind, unthinkable, but yes, it's a reality. It could happen. I don't think we are there at this stage in South Africa yet. And maybe it's a combination of the fact that we are a third world country, and also maybe it's a combination that we have so many various cultural groupings in South Africa. I mean, in the Free State, we've got 5, 6, 7 cultural groupings. And I'm specifically focusing on the Free State because that's where our focus lies. I always say when we have beautiful products, visual arts, crafts, or performing arts, we try and elevate them to other levels. Performing arts is easy. I've had a discussion the other day with Annabelle, and our performing artists that we unearth and workshop and give opportunities to, we pass them on to PACOFs to give them national and international platforms to perform on. But in my world where I'm operating, I don't think cultures would be, shall I say, taken off the map or taken off the earth for economical benefit currently, because the shall I say, the interaction between Sasol, which we have here, and our community arts center and community artists in the Fezile Derby district surrounding Sasol, Parys, Kroonstad, those areas, are actually working well at this stage.
What do you mean by social cohesion? Who are you trying to socially cohese? Are they the 7 or 8 kind of cultural groupings that you refer to? Is it the historically kind of oppressed people in Free State and the historically advantaged people? Is it people who live in the Free State and immigrants coming into the Free State? Who are you socially cohesing, and how are you using the arts to do that?
We are trying to socially cohese all the various groupings in the Free State. We have a different project against anti-xenophobia, which is a different one. But we are focusing on the guys that are living here, all the various cultures. And our aim, and it's not something, Mike, that we will achieve today or tomorrow. It's something that will happen in the next 10, 15, 20 years. Our aim and our wish and our dream is to have all the various cultural groupings on one stage, if I can call it that, or on one platform. We've started the project a number of years ago when I was still working at PAKOFS, which we called VUCA. VUCA means uprising, openness, you know, it's like opening a present and seeing what's in there. But we do workshops, a week of workshops, and then we have a big bash outside, and we have a lot of local artists performing with national artists, a lot of white and black artists working together. So that is our vision in the future, and I don't think I believe it's achievable, and I believe we can do it.
And after they're all on the same stage, they all go back to their respective geographies that come about as a consequence of apartheid.
Mike.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes and no. Yes, that part doesn't depend. That part, I believe, depends on the individuals if they want to mix and if they want to match. And everyone can move back to their areas depending on their own views and their own ways of living. You know, you might be conservative, I might not be conservative. I like living between, let's say, for example, Xhosa people, where others feel, no, I'd like to live in the city and become urbanized. So that's a whole new debate.
Well, okay, I think it's the same one, but we'll come on to that a bit.
Okay.
We'll move on. Okay, maybe just, Amy, the last question to you. The Institute for Contemporary Art in Perth, when we talk about the environment, obviously there are a whole range of different environments. There's the political environment, there's the social environment, the cultural environment, the economic environment, and of course the natural environment, which is what we've been speaking about. What are the environments that most impact on your work as the ICA, and what are the environments that you most seem to impact on, and why?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Look,
sure,
I think
2 interesting questions.
Yeah. Look, so many. You've listed all those environments, and they all impact on us. You know, sort of really interesting changing dynamic in the city of Perth, but also the state economically, around our reliance on mining industry and that heavy reliance on a mining industry, which I'm sure people here will appreciate too. And but that falling away with the loss of the boom times kind of falling away and the iron ore prices dropping, and so we're facing a city that had a big influx of people from all over the world, largely to do with the mining industries and those that other service industries that supported it, that now has to try to find other ways to sustain itself. So that's as a city. We're in interesting sort of political times in Australia. We recently had a federal election, which, you know, had this sort of surprising point in it where we thought we didn't know which way the government was going to go. It was very, very, very close. Interestingly, I think that caused a sort of, it was heartening in some ways by a lot of members of the community that would like to see, I guess, a more empathetic government, one that had more sort of relaxed and reasonable views on immigration, things like gay marriage, arts. Actually, the funding of the arts became quite an issue when the government had the coalition government, which is a kind of Liberal Party government, had taken a whole lot of money out of away from the Australia Council, which is the national arts funding body, and put it into essentially a kind of a slush fund that the arts minister could pretty much used to how he felt, and was very much used for political purposes. So it was a big outcry by the arts community. It united the arts community across Australia in a way that's never happened before. And there was quite a big political campaign by the arts community. Again, we've never seen this, that in the lead up to the federal election. So a whole range of these things, I think, led to a swing away from the Liberal government. They did get in the end, but just. And it showed a kind of disappointment with some of the views I think that the government held. So that's an interesting environment that we're in. There is a growing concern around environmental issues, and despite the fact, perhaps because of the fact that we're particularly in a community that likes to kind of dig up everything and export our natural resources and is not that interested in maintaining a natural environment, or necessarily a kind of cultural environment as well. And we talk about Australian Aboriginal culture in that way as well. So interestingly, there's a project that's just about to open, an exhibition that's just about to open at PIKO when I get back, about a week after I get back, called Radical Ecologies. And it's in a way, it's kind of encompassing all these things in one. And it's bringing together a whole range of artists that some of which, or many of whom are very, very concerned about environmental sustainability. And their practices now over a number of years have been very focused on, or they've maintained a kind of commitment to the way they use their materials, ethically sourcing materials, or ensuring their materials are recycled or recyclable. Also to do with their, interesting ways that they've travelled and minimised that. So there's some really interesting projects, but a lot of it's also to do with how we might relate to other species, which is a kind of really interesting thing, and how we may have more empathy for other species, and how that might lead to a greater love of our planet and our natural world, and a greater commitment to the environment generally. And an example is there's an artwork, for example, that will be in the gallery, which is a live beehive in the gallery space. It is enclosed, so there won't be bees buzzing around, but there'll be a sort of tube that takes the bees out, lets the bees in and out through a window, and so there's this live beehive. On top of the beehive is a bed structure, and visitors to the gallery will basically lie on top of the bees, and so that they are enveloped by the sound of the bees, the vibrations of the bees, the smell of the bees. And the artist who's made this work is really interested in how we become have this much deeper sense of empathy or relationship with the natural world, and particularly bees are his thing. And so there's some really interesting works. There's another work, an ecosexual sauna, where a sauna has been created again out of recycled materials, and visitors will go into this sauna space, and there are whispers through the walls of people who have believe they have these kind of sexual, loving relationships with plants, and there's a whole variety of work that relates to that. But empathy is definitely a big part of that. A part of that show in a range of ways. Another work which uses technology is Stellark. Some of you may know an Australian artist called Stellark, who's famous for sort of body art or post-human art. Takes the use of his body to an extreme. Has actually had an ear transplanted onto his arm. In this exhibition, he's going to create a new work, which is a third robotic arm that is attached to one of his arms that will be manipulated by viewers through a sort of online interface in the gallery, but also on the other side of the world. He'll have a virtual reality headset where all he sees, and he will do these durational performances for like 9 hours at a time, where his third robotic arm will be manipulated by others, and all he will see is vision from collaborators in London or in New York. So he essentially becomes kind of another person, or in the place of another person. So these are the kinds of things that we're responding to, is those levels of kind of empathy, which I think is kind of quite important for the community at the moment.
Sounds fascinating. Well, with Perth being the 10th province of South Africa, it's only a matter of time before BEE reached Perth as well. And we have a presidency that's operated from Dubai, so it's very similar to that third one. But just kidding. Well, thank you very, very much to our panel. It's been great interfacing with you. I wonder, Julie, if you have a minute or two to come and say some things in response to either or both panels.
Thank you. Very provocative questions. I don't have much to say. I'm sure everybody's got their own, lots and lots of their own perceptions. The thing that I did think was it's a bit like being at the climate talks. Huge division. And also it just shows the range of issues that actually this whole area brings up. I do think, and I will put my head up above the parapet, I think it was a very binary, divided conversation, and I think that's problematic. I think there's such a strong sense of deprivation that sits at the heart of this conversation, and it's very difficult because actually the one thing that we know, the absolute thing that we know, is that we haven't got a great deal of time to deal with an issue that is extremely pressing, and that we have to overcome ways of thinking and ways of living if we have got a hope in hell of dealing with what needs to be done with, and that's about non-binary thinking. I think we hear what we want to hear. I've heard quite a lot on the panels, and it's all very subjective, and as I am, I think we need to recognise that. I think sustainability goals and the climate goals go together. They are intimately and deeply and profoundly connected. I also think, I've heard again and again, it's all about context, and I would totally agree with that. What JB's done is all about the context in which we're working. What South Africa does will all be about the context in which it works. It's neither is acting on sustainability about stopping doing things. So I'll challenge you, Nico. It's not about stopping doing things. It's about asking yourself, is it worth doing this? And probably you'll say yes, which is fine. So it's about asking ourselves questions in the context of a very real, very ever-present danger, which is climate change, and which is the degradation of our environment, our lack of empathy, our lack of compassion, our lack of foresight in the context of the natural world. So that's it. It's as simple as that. All these questions that come up as a consequence just go, if we need it to be proved, that this is such a vibrant issue, and that we need to locate ourselves as individuals, as communities, as societies within it. And I just want to finish back. I think the only way of doing it is coming back, using our common sense. I mean, none of this is difficult. There are ways of living that are hugely, hugely sustainable we've lost track of in the context of massive consumerism, post-late capitalism that's running amok. All the knowledge we know is there. It's very old knowledge, and there's growing new green economies to base themselves around it. But this is old stuff. It's old wisdom, and it's really about reminding ourselves that that's what it's all about. Very simple. Thank you.
Great, and also maybe just to finish off from my side to say that the purpose, as I saw it, of these two panels is about opening up the conversation. There are people with much more knowledge about these areas than other folk are. For many people within the arts community, it's the first introduction to some of these issues. So rather than closing the debate down or coming to these are the conclusions that we must all walk out of here with, it's about helping us all to begin to grapple and interrogate these things from where we are in order to arrive at a position where we can collectively take action around these things. So thank you very much for your provocations this morning and your introduction, and yours as well, the conversation that you had with Rosemary, and particular thanks to the 10 panelists that we had up here and their generosity in dealing with the questions that I put on the table. So thank you very much.
Just before you go, I just wanted to thank everybody, in particular Angela de Jesus and Bongani Nyalo, for organising the forum today, and everybody here on the panel and the previous panel and all the audience members, so thank you. And I'd also like to invite you to a session this afternoon at the University of the Free State. It's called the PAPAM, the Pan-African Interdisciplinary Performing Arts Market Long Tafel, at the Plainbowlsaal on the University campus. Owen Maas over there and Nikkei will be facilitating the long table about a Pan-African Interdisciplinary Performing Arts Market, and we want to embed issues of sustainability in its core, and so your thoughts and knowledge around that area would be very much appreciated. Oh yes, and we do have practical suggestions as well. Well, no, you have practical suggestions that you've got to give us. We'd like you to think about, and you can put it on Facebook or leave it here or email us or tweet us, some ideas you have for things that we could do as a festival or as a society or as panellists or as some of the organisations who are here, like PIKO, the University of the Free State, the National Arts Council. What are some of the simple steps we can take into the next year or the years from now on how we can become more sustainable environmentally and how we can engage in a more sophisticated and interesting way in looking at sustainability on a more holistic way on all levels, because we face, as you know, quite a lot of issues in South Africa, and sustainability, I think, is going to be one of the key ones moving forward. That's it from me. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Mike, for a fabulous facilitation. Thank you.